कौमी तराने के बाद तालियां हों तो हौसले बुलंद रहते हैं, मूड भी अच्छा रहता है। ये तालियां चूंकि बहुत दिन हमें चाहिए, इसलिए सबसे पहले तो जो OICCI की मैनेजमेंट कमेटी है, मेंबर्स हैं, they've organized a stellar program. We had 4 hours of it yesterday, and today promises to be an even better conference. So let's hear it for OICCI as well, and all the members and all the partners. और अभी चूंकि तालियों में वो तपिश नहीं है जैसे ग्लोबल वार्मिंग है, so we want this room to be a bit warm. So how about a round of applause for yourself, for showing up, for waking up, and for participating. अब कुछ जमा. We're running slightly behind, so I'm just going to make it very quick. If I can request our first speaker for his welcome note, if I can request Mr. Jason Evansina, the Senior Vice President, OICCI, and Chief Executive Officer, Nestle Pakistan. Jason, stage is yours for a welcome note. Jason के लिए भी बहुत सारी तालियां.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Kya hal hai? I hope everyone had a good start in the morning. Abdul Aleem, OICCI Secretary General, Yusuf Hussain, President of OICCI, Samuel Risk, UNDP Country Head, Salim Ullah, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, esteemed guests, management committee members of OICCI, the Ministry of Climate Change as well, colleagues and friends from the industry, media, good morning, and we welcome you to the 3rd Pakistan Climate Conference 2025. As the sole private sector representative at COP28 and 29, the Pakistan Climate Conference is the largest national level conference on climate change. Since yesterday, we have had a series of very insightful discussion by leading sustainability, climate change, and private leaders around carbon markets, circularity, national strategies on domestic resource mobilization with respect to the first day of the conference. Today, we will have a number of keynote speakers here present with us in Pakistan and also from other parts of the world virtually. And we will have also the government as well as a panel discussion on climate resilience, talk on regenerative agriculture, and conclude with the first OICCI Climate Excellence Awards, which is great because we want also to motivate the private sector to continue with this great journey. Before we start off, and a little bit about OICCI, we are the oldest and largest investment chamber in Pakistan. We represent over 200 plus companies in about 30 countries in over 14 sectors. We generate over $40 billion in revenue, and our largest contributors to the national tax, almost equivalent to 1/3 of the entire country's tax levies. Similarly, the Chamber also contributes to social responsibility and sustainability with over 14 billion rupees in terms of investment. Climate change, as you know, and we have all experienced this, is not anymore a distant threat. It's really a present reality that demands urgent collective action from all of us. According to the United Nations report, Pakistan is the 5th most vulnerable country to climate, facing extreme weather events and environmental degradation to floods. The need for climate action in Pakistan is particularly acute, and we have a crucial role to play in addressing this need. As representatives of the largest private sector stakeholders, we believe we have a responsibility to advance sustainable practices and environmental stewardship within the business community. It gives me a great pride to say that OICCI is already playing a key role, a monumental role with this regard. As the sole private sector participant for the COP28 and 29, OICCI has been advocating for sustainable practices, fostering public-private partnership to address climate challenges. We have initiatives such as the Pakistan Climate Conference. OICCI has cultivated the dialogue and formulated actionable recommendations to support the nation's transition to a climate-resilient future. We have also engagement in global climate forums, highlights our pivotal role in mobilizing capital for decarbonization, promoting circular economy practices, and influencing policies that align with the Pakistan government's climate action objectives. It gives me immense pleasure to share that OICCI are making notable strides. The installation of solar panels with capacities targeting a 30% reduction in Scope 1 and Scope 2 carbon dioxide emissions by 2030, achieving zero liquid discharge in wastewater management are just a few to name. Additionally, our members are aiming to increase water recycle ratios within plants by 35% and reduce plastic usage for a waste-free future by 1/3. It gives me immense pride and pleasure to share that our members, including Unilever, BASF, Standard Chartered, Infrazamin, Dolans, Indus Motor Company, just to mention amongst others, are all working on climate initiatives that will lead us to a sustainable future. Meanwhile, at Nestlé, we have remarkable progress on all these fronts. We are accelerating efforts to reduce our carbon footprint in line with our global commitment to reduce emissions by 20% by 2025, half them by 2030, and reach net zero by 2050. We committed the investment of over 2 billion rupees over the past 2 years towards renewable energy transformation. We inaugurated 2.5 megawatt and 2.6 megawatt solar power plants at our Karbiwala as well as Shikapura factories the past year. This is part of our larger renewable energy strategy with plans to introduce additional solar power plants and biomass boilers at all of our manufacturing sites in Pakistan, particularly the ones in Punjab. We inaugurated just last Monday at our Karbiwala site our first biomass that will reduce approximately 10,500 tons of carbon dioxide emissions per year, which is equivalent to the emissions of 2,300 cars and contribute to a 20% reduction in terms of greenhouse emissions. We're very proud of this because we also collect the agri-waste of the communities, which is more than 21,000 tons a year, which also transform the emission of burning agri-waste to a more purposeful and usage of clean energy. Similarly, Nestlé Pakistan has also implemented several initiatives to reduce greenhouse emission in its agriculture and dairy value chain, as we recognize that agriculture contributes significant to carbon footprint along with reforestation programs. It is our hope that we can all inspire each other to embrace similar practices and contribute to the broader climate action agenda. Let's leverage on this platform to highly impactful climate initiatives and advocate for a collaborative approach to achieving Pakistan's climate goals. Together with the private sector and the government, and also the finance sector and the banking sector, we can drive meaningful change and contribute to a sustainable future of Pakistan. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jason, and thank you for all the good work that you are doing and continue to do so. साथियों, बहुत कम ऐसे इदारे हैं इस मुल्क में जो मीडिया पे कम दिखते हैं, तनकीद उनकी कम होती है। इसका मतलब ये है कि वो इदारे अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं, और उनमें शायद अगर अहम तरीन नहीं तो एक बहुत अहम इदारा ऐसा है जो ब्लड लाइन है। क्योंकि आप जब भी टेलीविज़न देखें, कोई गुफ्तगू करें, सो we are so dependent on economy कि रोज़गार क्या है, interest rates कैसे हैं, कारोबार कैसा है, economy कैसी जा रही है, dollars कितने आ रहे हैं. All of this is regulated by a single entity called the State Bank of Pakistan. और आपने शायद कभी सुना भी नहीं होगा कि स्टेट बैंक में कोई मसला हुआ है, because it's one of those quiet winners and quiet performers, and that is very, very important. और globally ऐसा नहीं होता. We know of economies where their state bank has messed up, and ours has never messed up, alhamdulillah. उसकी वजह ये है, it is run by professionals who are accountable, who are transparent, who are solid professionals, who are conscientious and competent. And we are honored to have with us today for the keynote address, I'd like to request Mr. Salimullah, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan. Salim sahab, aiye.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa sallim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you very much, Adil, for a very, very generous introduction. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here. Aleem Saab, the Secretary General, CCI, Yusuf Saab, Jason, and other colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to all. I'm extremely pleased and happy to be part of this very, very august gathering. And let me congratulate OICCI for organizing this event. And I'm very sure that this will ignite the urgency needed with respect to the climate action. Because the kind of risk that is not only Pakistan, but across the globe. To me, in the known man history, this is the one risk which is a universal risk. Each and every country is exposed to this. And this is the result of the unsustainable development that we have pursued over the last 100 years or so. And the obsession was that we must be able to achieve that comfort and convenience and luxury, but there was no focus that at which cost we are getting this luxury and this convenience and this comfort. And now we are realizing that the comfort and convenience has been achieved at a very, very heavy cost. And we, as a universe, are exposed to the existential risk. And if we don't come up with the right kind of initiatives and responses, we are exposed to even the existential risk. So we must collaborate and cooperate to come up with a global agenda, with a global strategy that how we are going to manage this risk. And we need not to be worried about that. There are some voices which are saying that we are not concerned about this climate risk. We need to play our own role. Each and every country and each and every region and each and every institution will have to play its respective role in managing this existential risk. And as Jason just elaborated, that Pakistan, despite being just less than 1% contributor in the global GHG emissions, is the 5th most vulnerable country in the world with respect to the climate shock and climate changes. So what we need to do is that we need to keep up drum beating and creating that awareness and that urgency both at the local level as well as at the international forums. That look, we have contributed less than 1% and we are paying the cost of the unsustainable policies and strategies being pursued by you. That's why each and every country and institution needs to respond to the actions and the initiatives that are needed, as well as the funding that is needed. But we should not just be dependent on the external funding and external resources and external help. We must keep our house in order. So let's keep on pressing the international forums that they need to be responsible and they need to help the developing country like Pakistan, but at the same time, we need to behave responsibly so that there is a seriousness that could be demonstrated at various forums that we are really serious in managing this existential risk. And on this part, various institutions are taking number of initiatives. What initiatives the central bank has been taking? And we have been really cognizant of the risks that is faced by the country, by the financial system, by the economy as a whole. So in 2017, we came up with the green banking guidelines. And the objective of those green banking guidelines was that the banks must have the incorporation of the green policies, both in their investment decisions, in their credit decisions, and in their operations, so that the overall contribution of the banking system, of the financial system, should gradually become positive as far as the climate risk management is concerned. And it gives me a lot of pleasure that although these are just the guidelines, these were not the mandatory ones that were enforced on the banks, but all banks and financial institutions regulated by the central bank, they have their board-approved policies, the green banking policies developed based on the green banking guidelines issued by the central bank. And to further strengthen these guidelines and augment these guidelines, we came up with the ESRM manual in 2022. And the objective was that the banks should be able to integrate the climate risk in their overall risk profile, so that while they are coming up with their risk management systems, they must be aware of that there is another risk that is available, and that is a very, very critical risk. The other risk may be of the moderate or high or very high level, but this one is the critical one that is threatening the economy as a whole, the institutions, the banks are funding, the overall financial stability and the viability of the institutions. So that's why we came up with those, with that manual, and that was an initiative that we developed in collaboration with IFC, and that also gives me satisfaction that this has helped the banks, that they have developed such policies and procedures in their risk management structure, so that the climate risk could also be identified and assessed in their overall risk profile. Another very important initiative that we undertook, it is in very early 2024, and it is almost at the completion stage. That is the development of national green taxonomy. And that we are developing with the help of the World Bank. World Bank has been helping us and facilitating us in developing this national green taxonomy. And this taxonomy will define that what is green and what is sustainable. That will give the comfort to the banks, to the investors, to the stakeholders, so that they can take initiatives. If banks want to invest in the green projects and green initiatives and the institutions pursuing the green technologies, they would have the clarity with respect to whether it is really green what they are funding, or it is just sort of a greenwashing in the market. So we are really, really hopeful that this will be a major catalyst as far as the climate risk management is concerned. We are hoping that by the end of this month, probably I think the beginning of the next week, we will be having the final draft available from the World Bank, and that draft we will be sharing with all the stakeholders. I would request all of you, because all of you are sitting here because you have the concern for environment. So I would request all of you to please carefully review that taxonomy and enlighten us with your very, very valuable comments and insights, so that the final document that we roll out, that should be the one that is a document that is enabling all the stakeholders with respect to that green projects and initiatives, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, another very important area, and I believe one of the themes of this event is also decarbonization. And there are two main areas with respect to our climate risk management strategy. One is that how to mitigate the emissions that are being made by various sectors and regions and the institutions. And the other one is the adaptation. So this decarbonization is part of that mitigation strategy. And we believe that it's extremely important, it's critically important that each and every institution should have that realization that it has a strategy to gradually reduce the emissions that are being made by that respective institution. There must be a plan and a strategy that how, if an institution is making X level of emissions today, what is the plan available to that institution so that these emissions will be reduced? As Jason was saying, they have plans to reduce by 25% 2025, 50% by 2030, and 100% by 2050. Each and every institution must have that plan. And I would strongly encourage banks and financial institutions that they must create that awareness and that understanding and that urgency amongst their clients, their stakeholders, that we need to be really cognizant of this existential risk. And that risk, to manage that risk, the banks should be aggressively funding their clients so that they should have those projects and initiatives whereby they could shift to the renewable energy, they could shift to such production mechanisms, such waste management mechanisms that can help them to reduce their emissions. So that is I think that would be my message to the banks and financial institutions. My request to the OICCI and its members and the business and industry people sitting here, that let's plan. Let's not have that complacency कि हम तो less than 1% contribute कर रहे हैं. हमारे करने से क्या? आपके करने से बहुत कुछ होगा. That is to be. We must demonstrate that we are responsible. And we have a plan, we have a strategy that we will be minimizing our emissions and shifting to more and more green policies and green initiatives and green projects. There are a number of other things written by my team, but I would just conclude here, and the message is very clear and straightforward, that this is an existential risk, and we need to be careful, we need to be cognizant of that risk and come up with right kind of strategies, policies, and initiatives so that this risk could be minimized and we should be able to give a right kind of message to the people, to the world at large, that we are a responsible nation. Thank you very much.
I can request Jason and Ahsan Saab, Aleem Saab to join me on stage for a memento. I've had the privilege of moderating and hosting several webinars with Salim Saab and State Bank people and bankers, and it's always a pleasure to learn, and one feels secure with people like him at the helm. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Should we invest in crypto these days? No, I'm just kidding. Next up, we have a video message, if I may, on advancing circularity. It's by Mr. Hakan Balgurlu, who's the global CEO of Beko, which is the parent company of Dollens. So you know which washing machine to buy on your way back.
Can't meet in person. I really would like to. Pakistan is one of the most favorite places for me to visit, as I am very proud of Dollens and its heritage, our team in Pakistan, and I truly want to visit the north of the country one of these days. In this day and age of very busy travel, unfortunately, I could not fit in my agenda, and I have to address you with a video message, as I will actually be in Mumbai in India at a board meeting for our Indian partnership, as you will be listening to this video. So my apologies, but a video will have to do this time, and I hope the next time to be there in person. Today, we're talking about, in my opinion, the biggest challenge to face humanity since our existence, and that is the climate catastrophe that is on its way. The scientific consensus is very clear. The world has surpassed its 1.5-degree target set at the Paris Accord for 2030 already last year. The data also proves beyond any doubt that this is caused by human activity and the amount of carbon and methane we are putting in the atmosphere. This is also clear. If you were to track the chart that tracks the parts per million in terms of carbon in the atmosphere, man-made, mainly from burning coal, like in Pakistan, is at 424 parts per million. It was 421 parts per million at this time last year. While we should be decreasing, we are actually still increasing the amount of carbon we are putting in the atmosphere. And this is also correlating very, very closely with the warming of the planet. If we were to compare how we're doing compared to the past, I can comfortably say we are doing terribly. The planet is warming 4 times as fast as it was in 2001. 2001 is not that far away. Many of you are young in the audience, I'm sure, but 2001 is literally only 23, 24 years ago. So we are now warming 4 times faster. Just to put it into context for you, how much heat this is trapping in the atmosphere. The equivalent, since I was born, early 1970s, 1972 to today, the equivalent amount of heat, that is extra heat, that is trapped in the atmosphere because of the carbon and methane in the atmosphere, is actually equivalent to the heat released from 6.4 billion atomic nuclear bombs. 6.4 billion bombs would have to have exploded to be able to trap the amount of heat that's been trapped in my lifetime on this planet. I know it sounds dramatic, 6.4 billion. It sounds dramatic because it is. And this is not something that is very easy to rewind. Now, if we are to look at what we can be hopeful for, the journal Nature, which is a very respectable publication, says that the best we can hope at this hour now, this date, if we radically reduce our economic activity, fossil fuels, meat consumption, the list is very, very long, use of cement, steel, and dramatically shrink the way we work, our economies, the best humanity can hope for now is a 1.6 degree warmer than the 19th century after the Industrial Revolution. 1.6 degrees is the best we can hope for. You know, many governments, I sit on many boards from the World Economic Forum Climate Leadership Council to the World Bank Committee for the Pricing of Carbon. Unfortunately, many people, including the UN, but mainly local governments, are in favor of abandoning the 1.5 degree target set at the Paris Accords for a 2-degree target, because they believe 1.5 has already been surpassed. We need to at least try and limit it by 2 degrees. I am very, very strongly against this, because I believe if you abandon the 1.5 degree target for 2, you might abandon the 2-degree target for 2.5. What we need to do is stick to 1.5, and at all costs, even if we surpass that target, make sure we come back to 1.5. Because believe me, a certain tech mogul from the US is trying to go to Mars. If the world is 2.5 degrees warmer than its industrial times, the Earth will become Mars. There's no need to go anywhere. We will have hell on Earth. So basically, I don't want to be too alarmist. I have also some positive messaging, but I am giving you this talk at a time where the Earth is warmest in the last at least 125,000 years that we can see. And we can see this from ice cores that we drill in Antarctica and the Arctic in Greenland, these 3-kilometer thick ice sheets where we can take specific samples and date the ice. So we know exactly what the temperature was, what the carbon was, what the sulfur was in the atmosphere, what the humidity was. And when we compare that data, the world is now at its warmest it's been in 125,000 years. So this is going to cause devastating droughts, floods, fires in California that you're seeing, snow in Florida. And of course, you read and see a lot more about California and Florida than you do about Pakistan, right? So unfortunately, countries like Pakistan are bearing the brunt edge of this, because you have not contributed the carbon to the atmosphere. Less than 1% came from Pakistan. Yet the impact of this and the exposure you have to an extreme climate and the climate events which are in front of us is much, much bigger than this. So even though you contributed less, you are paying a higher price. And this is something that I think the world should address in a very fair way. 2022 saw catastrophic floods in Pakistan. I mean, from what I've read, I wasn't there, more than 75,000 square kilometers of land was inundated, $30 billion in damage. I mean, I followed this in the news and I read as much as I could. This is devastation of an incredible scale, a humanitarian crisis that needs the global north, wealthier countries to look at and address as well. Unfortunately, this isn't happening in the way that we want. But we did see at the COP meeting a commitment from the global north for the global south of 100 billion, at least to remedy some of these unfairnesses which are facing countries like Pakistan. Now, unfortunately, actually, I think the situation is only going to intensify and get worse. Not just Pakistan, but what I call Near East, because simply the heating is more severe, which will mean more floods, more fires, and more difficulty in growing crops, especially droughts. That's why it's really critical that everyone, businesses, people, government, on the ground is doing their best to decarbonize. I think there has to be a specific focus on long-term solutions, on what can be done with agriculture, what can be done in terms of mitigating the floodplains, because they're not going to change. It's just going to get worse, and we know that. And also, where can people move to? This is also another critical step that needs to be planned for. Unfortunately, Pakistan is one of the in terms of growth and economic growth, one of the more offending countries, because your energy mix is so dependent on coal. Pakistan, I know, has earmarked and plans on getting 60% of its energy from clean sources by 2030. I don't think that's sufficient, and progress is slow. I know this from our transition at Dolans. We currently have about 3 megawatts of solar power, which is roughly equivalent to 30% of our power consumption, and we have plans to double this. But I don't think enough is being done in terms of cutting bureaucracy and supporting companies with cheaper financing, tax credits, to incentivize companies to invest in clean energy themselves, because I don't think this is a government or project-driven transformation. You need solar panels in a country like Pakistan on every home, on every roof that exists, in the desert where you can't grow anything. There needs to be giant solar farms, and this has to happen tomorrow. And international financing needs to be made available to support that transaction. But the worst scenario is that Pakistan continues to grow its economy in a dependent state on coal. Now, consumption of energy is going to increase, right? Where do appliances fit into all of this? Well, imagine 40% of all power consumption comes from 4 product categories: refrigeration, heating and cooling, electric motors, and lighting. I'm going to repeat this because it's quite important. Refrigeration, heating and cooling, electric motors, and lighting. This is 40% of all power consumption. Today, best-in-class technology exists to actually reduce this consumption by half, by 50%. This would mean we would overnight be able to shut more than 2,000 coal-fired power plants around the world, which would actually go a long way in terms of decarbonizing our economies. But what are we doing? I mean, what is the appliance industry doing? What is Dolans doing? Well, first of all, this is an absolute priority for us. We put in the center of everything we do the climate and our efforts to decarbonize. What does that mean? In our manufacturing efforts, in our supply chain efforts, we have largely decarbonized. We have invested in huge amounts of green energy, more than 100 megawatts of solar power, 3 of which is in Dolans in Pakistan. We need more to create our own clean energy, which has helped us decarbonize the business. But the most important impact we have is in creating much lower energy consuming appliances, because those appliances continue working year on
गलती इंसान से ही होती है तो वैसी तालियां बजा दें. Just want to see if you guys are awake and breathing. We have a very interesting panel discussion now, and to introduce this team panelists, I'd like to request Dr. Khalid Waleed, who's a research fellow at SDPI, and they will be talking about accelerating decarbonization, strategies for mitigation, innovation, and climate resilience. Dr. Saab, the stage is yours, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Thank you so much, Adil Saab. This panel is very important for the context of Pakistan. Accelerating decarbonization, strategies for mitigation, innovation, and climate resilience. These 3 are very important, particularly developing context, developing world context. To set the context, there are 4 very important drivers for this panel and for Pakistan's economy. First is obviously the upcoming CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which tells you that Pakistan's national grid is around 1.4 to 1.7 times more carbon intensive as compared to EU's grid, which means exports would not be competitive as you go forward. As far as the BTRs of Turkey is concerned, you'll see that their exports have declined in terms of cement by 9%, and their iron and steel exports have declined by around 20% because of the CBAM. This would be expanded to textile sector by 2030. Pakistan would be affected. Second driver is the upcoming NDCs 3.0 and the Article 6.2, which makes these NDCs tradable. If one country is not able to fulfill its NDCs, it can trade that mitigation credits from other countries. Third driver is the methane emission. If you see, Pakistan's contribution to CO2 emission is like 0.1%, like we always talk about. But in terms of methane emission, we are among the top 10 emitters. We need to decarbonize in that regard as well. Fourth and very important is the availability of mitigation finance around the world. We need to tap that aspect as well, particularly in terms of early retirement of coal power plants. Obviously, that would solve Pakistan's capacity trap. in a very sustainable manner, and the initiatives of Just Energy Transition Partnerships and ETMs that have been developed by Asian Development Bank. So we need to discuss the industrial decarbonization and the decarbonization of the economy in such a manner that is economically feasible. To discuss this aspect, we have very august panel with us. I would request the company of Dr. Suresh Hashmat Lodhi. He is the Vice Chancellor of NED University, distinguished academician. NED University is at the forefront of decarbonization. A round of applause for Dr. Saab. From renewable energy industries, we have CEO of Rion Energy, Mujtaba Haider, the largest industrial solar solution provider in Pakistan. From banking sector, Ms. Leena Usman, the head of sustainable finance from Standard Chartered Bank. She is a distinguished banker with a career spanning over 15 years. She'll be joining online. Ms. Maha Qasim, representing the think tank community. She is the CEO of Zero Point, extensive experience in corporate sustainability and climate strategy, Ms. Maha Qasim. And last but not the least, from media, we have Ms. Fatma Atarwala, the editor, Business and Finance, Dawn, brilliant media person, balancing the urgency and quality of the news. So this is the panel. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me start with the industry, Mr. Mujtaba. Sir, you have been in Pakistan and working great in terms of developing the industry. There is a solar boom in Pakistan right now, and it is very much hyped in international and local media. What role you see that companies like Rion play in decarbonization by providing what Pakistan needs is the scalability, the affordability, and the economic feasibility of the projects. How Rion or your company is doing in that regard?
Chaji, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. And I want to thank Abduleem Saab, OICCI, for organizing this fantastic event on this very important topic. I just want to set the stage in terms of what this climate change and the resulting energy transition means really for the world and for us generally. So climate change, of course, is resulting in this energy transition because energy is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. Roughly around 80% of greenhouse gas emissions can be attributed to the energy system. And we are in a massive energy transition, unprecedented in scale, as we all know. And that transition is happening across two facets of energy. Number one, we're moving towards more sustainable renewable energy. So renewable energy sources. Can everybody hear me, by the way, at the back? So number one facet is renewable energy is becoming more and more important, and as renewable energy scales and the demand scales, the cost comes down according to a principle called the Wright's Law. And we can see the solar offtake, not just in Pakistan, but around the world, taking off. The other element of the energy transition is the fact that the whole economy is getting more and more electrified, which means we're moving from cost per barrel to cost per kilowatt hour. And I think I can see a lot of customers here, collaborators in the industry who are experiencing this high energy cost. It's no secret Pakistan has one of the highest energy costs, power tariffs in the region. And that's hurting industry, that's hurting our prospects to be competitive in the market across all industries. So cost per kilowatt hour is going to be really, really important. Going forward, more than, I would argue, cost per barrel as the energy costs get detached or decoupled from oil. And that's also happening. And I'll just give you one example. New industry, data centers, compute. And it's really important for data centers to achieve a very low cost of energy, cost of power. If, let's say, Pakistan could generate power at 5 cents per kilowatt hour today, there's potentially 10 gigawatts of new data center demand. that could come to Pakistan. It's as simple as that because 95% of the cost of compute is cost of power. So when you transition from low value to high value and high-end manufacturing, cost per kilowatt hour is going to be more and more important going forward. Now I'll come back to your question, your original question. What can we do as a contributor? We know that solar and batteries is no secret, and wind power and all other renewable technologies have been improving at a very fast pace. Solar at 30% year-on-year improvement over the last 10 years. Batteries have seen 25% year-on-year improvement over the last 10 years. So the renewable technologies are improving at a very fast pace. If you compare that to alternative, grid cost has gone up by 40% just over the last 18 months, which has made us one of the most expensive countries for power tariffs in the world. So there's again no secret that renewable energy is the cheapest, whether it be solar power or wind or any other source, biomass. You've heard Mr. Jason talking about Nestle's uptake of biomass. That's an alternative that a lot of industries are going for. So the trick of the trade now for industries, one of the easy tools is to now maximize renewable in the mix. It's very simple. If you can generate solar power at, let's say, 12 rupees or 14 rupees per kilowatt hour compared to the grid at 45 rupees if you're industry, or 60 rupees if you're commercial customers, it's a complete no-brainer. So the question is, how do we maximize renewable power? Because renewable is technologically challenged. And being a renewable developer, I'll admit this, that solar and wind come with their inherent limitation. They're available when the wind is blowing, sun is shining, but they need to store it for periods when you have no renewable energy. So batteries become really important. So number one question that we need to ask ourselves, what technologies will allow us to maximize renewable in the mix? Now I'll come back to the fundamental question, our contribution to the industry. So far, we have helped industry integrate about 0.5 gigawatts of renewable power, all on distributed basis within their mix. And I confess, we don't work with the grid. We only work with microgrids, that is industries, and all of the large industries in the country are customers to us. We've also helped them integrate 90 megawatt hour of batteries. And this is one technology, I'll argue, is incredibly important for industries to maximize renewable in the mix, to be able to store it, to be able to deal with solar contingency, to be able to deal with wind drops, and absorb a lot more renewable power in the mix. When we started, this was 10 years ago, Pakistan used to import 90% of all of the capability and products with regards to renewable energy. Fast forward 10 years, today there's about 50% indigenization already in the system. All of the elements of balance of plant, we have worked with all of the stakeholders, financial institutions, industry, transformer manufacturers, switchgear manufacturers, cable manufacturers, to get them up and running and in line with the expectation of an indigenous renewable industry. And this is the contribution that RIION has made. I'll argue that probably if RIION wasn't around, industrial transition to clean energy wouldn't have happened at the scale it happened. We've done some of the largest projects here. Going forward, what is our role? I see a role as a company or an industry that has to bring in more and more technology, because as I said, the fundamental question that we need to answer is what technologies will enable us to go first to 50% and then 100% integration of renewable energy. And I can tell you that already some industries are achieving 60, 70% renewable energy integration using technologies that I just spoke about, software and batteries. Number two, the other big question, somebody referred to it earlier, where will the money come from? It's all very energy intensive. We are talking about energy infrastructure, the fundamental infrastructure to push the country forward, push the industries forward. Where will the financing come from? And the cost of financing is really important. In a very high interest rate environment, being a country where interest rates have inherently been higher compared to the rest of the world, we need to work on the cost of finance. And we need to make sure that we have better financing instruments available to the industry to be able to adopt more and more renewable energy. As you would know, the other implication of this, renewable energy has zero variable cost. All of the cost is upfront. You need finance. to enable this. So working with financial institutions, State Bank, we interact with quite a lot to develop more and more financial instruments that enable that energy transition. That's the role we see ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mujtaba. That was very efficient, effective, that the trick of trade is to maximize renewable energy integration. But the bottleneck, obviously, where the finance would come. This set a very good stage for Ms. Lina Osman. Ms. Lina, you heard that there are bottlenecks in terms of finances. What innovative instruments from banking sector you would recommend to float for the RE technologies and decarbonization of industrial sector, particularly in developing countries like Pakistan? Yeah, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and sorry for not being there in person. It's always great to kind of be part of this discussion and to hear from fellow panelists on what they're facing in terms of challenges, because this kind of takes us back to exactly what we need to do as a banking sector to respond with the right products and solutions that we could put forward to address some of these challenges, at least from the financing angle. But if have taken on specifically kind of on the, if you like, on the industrial or maybe the harder to abate sector side of things, and looking at transitioning some of these clients that we have. We look at identifying decarbonization solutions. So, for example, looking at the different types of technologies they could tap into, where these could be included in a decarbonization strategy of a corporate, for example. And then we look at, we have a specific transition finance team that is made up of engineers, made up of scientists, individuals that have actually been working in those industries with those technologies actively to bring about, the kind of right solutions and the right structures that we could put in place to provide the right financing for these kind of decarbonization initiatives. Now, in terms of how that works, it is something that we work on a case-by-case basis, because these are also very kind of new technologies, new markets that we need to assess. We need to identify the risks and put in place structural mitigants. So that's kind of one thing that we look at. Obviously, from the other side of the equation, you're seeing a lot of interesting products being launched in the market. Obviously, with the sustainability-linked financing ideas, whereby we are incentivizing clients, even when they're not using the funding towards something that is clearly green, social, or sustainable, we're using that financing, even if it was general corporate purposes, and putting in place KPIs, targets that the clients will commit to achieve through decarbonization, even embedding certain social elements to what they're trying to achieve as well. And providing an incentive when these targets are met, and penalties are put in place when there is when a target is missed. Other ideas have been around the supply chain finance, and I think that's a very interesting and a very big opportunity, frankly, around how we can decarbonize supply chains and what we can put in place to decarbonize supply chains. So, for example, if we look at the SME sector, if we look at a lot of the corporates, even bigger corporates that are supplying to other parts of the world from Pakistan, there's a big textile industry, for example, in Pakistan. That supply that's going into other markets, a lot of these markets are now looking at, for example, going into Europe. A lot of these markets are looking at how they decarbonize supply chains. So what we are trying to put in place now is, and we have actually succeeded with a couple of those transactions. But we want to scale it more, whereby we look at how we can help these clients or these SMEs, these suppliers, decarbonize their own kind of businesses, their own emissions, by putting in place some structures that include blended finance, that include structured finance as well, that goes into where the credit risk sits and how they can benefit from certain angles within the structure that will allow them to implement solutions in their business while not hindering their kind of growth. Which takes me to the last point I wanted to make on blended finance. I think blended finance presents a great opportunity because you have a lot of funds being devoted by MDBs, DFIs, governments that are being devoted specifically towards climate and other elements, nature, biodiversity, social as well. So having to look at how we kind of create the right structure, and again, it has to be on a case-by-case basis. Blended finance is not just simply a guarantee from an entity. It goes beyond that. It goes into how you can create first loss. It goes into how you could potentially create extended guarantees that go beyond certain tenors, for instance. So there are a lot of structures that could be put in place by utilizing that public sector money to scale up private financing, and instead of having $5 of private sector money against $8 of public sector money, you can actually look at how you can scale that to $15 of private sector money, and that's how you get that leverage. That's how you get that mobilization at scale.
For highlighting this diversification of risk, bringing innovative financial instruments, particularly from private sector, to the discussion. Before I go to Dr. Lodi and Ms. Fatima, let me ask Ms. Maha. Ms. Maha, you heard yesterday that Dr. Shamshad also talked about the institutional arrangement and how to integrate the economy and these sustainable practices. What do you think after Pakistan's national climate finance strategy, how to ensure this balance between adaptation financing, mitigation financing, and how to bring private sector, particularly the corporate finance, into the mitigation finance? Over to you.
Thank you, first of all, for having me. So Pakistan's national climate finance strategy, it's a high-level document which outlines all of the different climate finance opportunities that are currently available to Pakistan, right? This includes the Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility, Adaptation Fund. These are all sources that we can tap for climate finance. Then, of course, it alludes to carbon markets, and the National Carbon Markets Policy has been also made public last year. Then, of course, there are opportunities with the multilateral banks, specific climate funds that the private sector can tap for financing. And lastly, they've also talked about debt for nature swaps. And these are, again, it's a very technical instrument, but of course, if it's successful, there are a lot of benefits as well. So particularly in terms of the mix between mitigation and adaptation, the mitigation projects in Pakistan are largely driven by the export sectors, the textile sectors, which are required to essentially comply with the European Union regulations around decarbonization, and more recently with the carbon border adjustment mechanism that everyone's talking about. We will need to meet certain criteria in order to remain competitive for our exports. So I think that is one of the key drivers of mitigation projects in Pakistan, which is why all of our export-oriented companies have already gone towards almost 60 to 80% renewable energy throughout their supply chains. And I think a lot of them are big customers of companies like Rion as well. Secondly, the banking sector, we just heard from the State Bank of Pakistan representative. They initially offered renewable energy financing at around 6%, which really helped catalyze sort of the growth in solar adoption in Pakistan. And I think we're now at that stage where last year, I think over 15 gigawatts of solar panels were imported into Pakistan. This is more than almost half of our national capacity. So this shows that this revolution is already it's already in transition. It's happening as we speak. But going forward, I think from an adaptation perspective, right? And this, I think, is also being in part driven by the State Bank of Pakistan's Environmental and Social Risk Management Manual. A big part of the risk comes from climate risk. For example, you mentioned the floods of 2022. Agriculture sector other than the floods as well, of course, we're facing extreme impacts like unpredictable weather patterns, drought. This year has been one of the driest in Pakistan. We're already facing, in some areas, drought-like conditions. So I think these are areas that we really need to focus on in terms of adaptation financing. How do we protect, or how do we prepare for adaptation to the impacts of climate change, particularly in sectors like agriculture, which is directly linked to the livelihoods and, of course, our export-oriented sectors as well: food production, food security, water security. So these are, I think, critical aspects for adaptation finance. Secondly, when it comes to the energy sector, I think we've already talked about solar significantly, but a couple of examples I would like to highlight. So we've talked about biomass and biodiesel. Recently, there's been a significant, I think, investment in the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Oil Facility, and this is a joint investment between the IFC and FCDO through the Climate Investment Fund for Pakistan, CIFPAC. I think these are the kinds of projects really which will help the private sector really move forward quickly in this space. There are opportunities. They've already identified Shell globally as a buyer, advanced buyer of their production, almost, I think, 80% of their annual production. So these are the kinds of projects which will essentially, I think, really drive this transition, both in terms of mitigation as well as adaptation in the private sector. There's also been a lot of, I think, interest in green bonds and sukuks. The benefit is that Islamic finance principles are very closely tied to green finance principles, right? It has to be backed by a physical asset, and I think this is a very good match for infrastructure projects, particularly climate resilient infrastructure. So that is, again, I think it's an opportunity already a lot of our financial institutions are actively exploring, and I think it's going to probably move ahead very, very quickly in the next few months. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Maha, for highlighting these innovative strategies for balancing out the adaptation financing as well as the decarbonization and mitigation finance. You're very right that we need to explore these international best practices, but we need to link it with the Pakistan's context and Pakistan's development context as well. Just to add on, maybe there are 2 or 3 financing facilities very pertinent to Pakistan. One is this coal to clean credit initiative, which is the employment of carbon market strategies to decarbonize the energy sector. That is early retirement of coal-based power plants through carbon markets. That is a very non-sort of initiative. And you very rightly highlighted that we need to explore these sort of initiatives so that we can link it with development of Pakistan as well. Thank you so much for that. Dr. Lodhi, we have put innovation word in the title so that we link these 3 very diversified but still very connected aspects: decarbonization, innovation, and climate resilience. My question to you would be, what role academia can play and should play in terms of bringing about this innovation to this industry, and how we can drive the decarbonization efforts, particularly for Pakistan's industry?
First of all, I would like to thank OICCI for providing me with this opportunity, but Dr. Khalid has put up embargo of 5 minutes, or maybe 2 minutes, because he wants to finish by 11. Just let me set the stage and provide a justification of giving a long answer. Why are we so worried is something that we all understand, that it is the future of this planet and we are struggling for the survival of the human race. And we have pledged to be carbon neutral by 2050. And it is so good to see that there is a lot of initiative by the private sector, and I'm sure government and Government of Pakistan together are aware of the facts and the challenges. But one of the things that I don't see, unfortunately, is the investment in future, in human capital. The first and the most innovative thing that we need to do is to actually see the child who's going to be born today will be 25 years old by the time we are talking about carbon neutrality. And a person 25 today will be 50. Do they have the capacity? Do they have the intellect? Do they have the understanding of what the challenges are going to be? Most of us won't be here in another 25 years, unfortunately. So we must understand that it's all about investing in human capital. Obviously, the banks are very important, so are other things. But above all, if we do not have the good quality human capital, we are not going anywhere. That's for sure. And I, being responsible for only 12,500 youth of this country, I feel privileged, at the same time challenged, that we need to teach them and train them for the technologies of the future. And we can do it through a regular curriculum and studies, and we can do it in a practical manner. For instance, if you come to NED University on a Friday, you will not be allowed to bring the car inside. You have to park the car inside and walk. There's bicycles available. You can ride a bike if you want to. It may not affect anything, but it's a symbolic way and to innovate the importance of the climate and the carbon emission that we're talking about. I'm sure a few of you have attended COP 28 and 29, which were held in the region. But how much of the carbon footprint these COP actually produce? Thousands of airplanes land in, come in and go. And nobody knows how much is the actually we're trying to reduce the carbon by actually injecting the carbon in the environment. So I think if I have to innovate something, I will innovate the mindset. That's the most important thing. Change the way we look, change the way we think, change the way we the way we live and the life standards. And if I have to invest, I will invest in mothers. That's the first thing that I'll do. Because the mothers are the most reliable people in the whole world. And if the mothers teach them and train their children at a very early, tender age, then the world will be a different place for what, I mean, I must admit that people in my generation and the earlier generations have done a terrible job. That's why we are here, and that's why we are talking about saving the planet. Now, as far as research is concerned, there is plenty of research that goes on in the university, and that's our core business. And I would like to invite everybody on the 5th of February at 2 p.m. at NED University. We are holding a 2-day conference on how to produce LC3 cement. And LC3 cement is a special type of cement which will reduce carbon dioxide production by 40% during the manufacturing process. And I think our job is to build capacity. Our job is to disseminate knowledge. If you Google a word smart CO2, you will go to a website where NED University on a minute-to-minute basis is actually seeing how much carbon dioxide is mitigated at our campus. And this is done by the students. I'm involving about 4,000 students who are responsible for counting trees, planting trees. Each and every tree on the campus is geotagged. We know how the growth, we know what kind of plant it is, and we keep on planting those kind of things here. We have, courtesy of people like Haider Saab and others, we have started putting solar panels only because the electricity bill is horrendously high. And obviously we are conscious of the green climate and the carbon equivalent emissions. So, there is a lot that we are doing, but still in a population of 240-some million, 12,500 people doesn't mean anything. So, I mean, we have to, Aleem Saab is not here. If I were Aleem Saab, instead of giving the shields, I would have given everybody an indoor plant as a token of thanks and as gesture to make sure to remember the climate. But anyway, I'm so bad at giving ideas, so that's my job, to give ideas and try and do things differently. But at the end of the day, if I have the power to innovate, I will innovate and invest in the human capital. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lodhi, for highlighting the idea of innovation in human capital. We obviously need it. Academia being the center for innovation, media is the hub for dissemination. So this will bring me to Ms. Fatima. Ms. Fatima, how do you think media can play a role in this time of urgency? You heard about it. Bloomberg reported Pakistan has this tremendous growth in solar, rooftop solar. How do you think the media can play a role in decarbonization and balancing economy, energy, decarbonization, climate? Over to you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you OICCI for having me. The name of this panel is Accelerating Decarbonization, Strategies for Mitigation, Innovation and Climate Resilience. how many people outside of this room would even understand most of these words? Yesterday, when the story was being filed and I received the photos for the event, most of the people were on their mobiles. I couldn't run those photos with the story. Because while we understand that there is an existential crisis, there's a lack of interest. The average man doesn't understand words like mitigation, adaptation, resilience. For him, he understands that the roads are flooded and he cannot get to work. He understands that the crop yields has gone down and his revenue has gone down. Things like CBAM, which impacts the small guy as well. They don't know it exists. They do not know about methane emissions, and they don't know that somewhere down the road, methane emissions are going to affect his livelihood, the farmer's livelihood. So I think the media's role is taking all of this, all the jargon, and simplifying it in terms that the average person can understand. Because if you do not speak in their language, and if you do not make a business case for it, why would they? Why would anybody care? Just because we think 25 years down the road, it will impact somebody else? So the first role of media is communication. Desimplifying jargon so that the farmer, the SME, the one exporting surgical goods, sports goods, they understand how they can be part of carbon credits and CBAM. The second role, and I think this is the more important role, is accountability. Yesterday, throughout the conference, many times accountability, transparency, inclusivity, credibility came up. But I'm sure that there are people in this room who understand that there are a lot of CSR activities that are packaged as green initiatives, that are seen as greenwashing. Such projects, when they are highlighted, reduce the credibility of actual initiatives that need to be taken to the larger stage. So the accountability of the media is to ensure that what is being disseminated, the information that is being disseminated, is factual and correct, that there is credibility there. And in that, it's also important that the stakeholders do what they say they do. So yesterday we had the finance minister saying that right now the finance bill is being discussed, and the policy subscriptions that come from this conference or from Dawn Media Group's Breathe Pakistan conference, do those policy, does that policy advice make its way to the finance bill? If it does not, why does it not make its way to the finance bill? If it's part of the finance bill, is it being implemented? If it's being implemented, does it have the effect that it's supposed to have? All these questions, those questions are the job of the media, to highlight what is being said and whether it's being done or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This brings us to the end of this panel. Thank you so much for your diversified answers, very solution-oriented. Thank you so much. I'll request Mr. Amir Paracha for the dissemination of mementos and a group photo with the panelists as well.
Amir, I'd like to stay because we have a fireside chat right now for 10 minutes.
I just want to bring my...
Okay, if it's still there. And we're going to have a fireside chat with Mr. Amir Paracha, who's also the chairman and the CEO of Unilever. बहुत मुश्किल सा उन्वान है इसका. Overcoming barriers to public-private climate collaboration. And I have a few questions for you, Amir. I hope you're well prepared. The Honorable CM Syed Murad Ali Shah is here. Let's hear it for the government and their support. Honorable Chief Minister. Amir, thank you for joining us. Honorable Chief Minister, thank you for joining us, sir. We'll take a couple of minutes before everybody settles down. Stage के आगे से बहुत सारे साथी हट जाएं, and if we could have the OICCI volunteers just help our friends, cameramen, to move aside. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Amir Paracha is here from Unilever. Let's have a fireside conversation. I have some questions, but I'm going to paraphrase them. Amir, पहला वाला सवाल तो मैं ऐसे ही पढ़ दूंगा because I can't make it even simpler. The question is, what role do you envision for the corporate sector and financial institutions for maximum impact and transparency, especially when the most affected communities are the underprivileged, perhaps, and we perhaps not so much, and the first world is even less so. So what can the corporate sector and the financial biggies can do where good work can get done and it's transparent and it's impactful?
So, Assalamu alaikum everyone. I think that today's subject is all about how private sector can actually work together with government to bring a change. And I think so that's the only way forward for a country like ours where we have a scarcity of funds. And corporate sector, the private sector is the one which is actually consuming most of the energy and adding to the carbon emission. And the private sector has to lean in to make this happen. And from my perspective, I think so one of the subjects that is not talked about subject is actually the blended finance. Blended finance means you blend the funds from NGOs or development sector, and then you blend the funds from the corporate sector, and you make that project investable and commercially viable. From my perspective, I call it, blending the moral business case with the commercial business case, and make a business concept viable, and then actually invest into all those areas which are can help decarbonize the overall climate.
Tell me, I was watching Trump's inauguration acceptance speech, And the day later, there was a heading in one of the newspapers which said 3 people present there had the net worth 1/3 of the UK's economy. And that caught my eye. And it was Jeff Bezos and Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. And together they had a net worth of over $8 trillion between all 3 of them. And UK's economy is 3 trillion or 4 trillion or something. And I was listening to Salim Saab from State Bank, and he said, we contribute perhaps less than 1% of the global economy. So if we are such a small player in the global economy, how can we get international attention and international support? And especially we are, perhaps the 5th most affected country in the world by climate change. What do we do? How can we rally more troops internationally? And that's always been a problem for Pakistan.
जी मेरे ख्याल में हमें ये इस कॉन्वर्सेशन से आगे निकल जाना चाहिए कि हम सिर्फ 1% इम्पैक्ट करते हैं और हमारा तो इतना बड़ा रोल ही नहीं है और जितनी भी बिग पोल्यूटर्स हैं दे आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल एंड देयरफॉर वी आर ऑन द रिसीविंग फंड सो आई थिंक सो ये पिछले 3-4 साल से हम कॉन्वर्सेशन कर रहे हैं इसका कोई ज़्यादा फ़ायदा हो नहीं रहा है मेरे ख्याल में हमें अपनी मदद आपके तहत काम कर देना शुरू कर देना चाहिए while we continue to go for a climate justice and we continue to get funds from the GCF fund or any multilaterals or bilaterals or the development funds or NGOs, we'll continue to do that. I think so. The most affected people are the citizens of this country, and we need to actually gear up together to make a difference. So मेरे ख्याल में जो 1% वाली बात है ठीक है अपने तहत एक KPI है, but जितनी भी adaptation के जो efforts हैं हमें एज अ कंट्री करना चाहिए और प्राइवेट सेक्टर को मिलकर गवर्नमेंट के साथ काम करना चाहिए और इस किस्म के काफ़ी काम है फॉर एग्जांपल मेरे ख्याल में जो सबसे अच्छा जो बिजनेस केस है पाकिस्तान के अंदर वो सोलराइजेशन है और गवर्नमेंट ने इसके अंदर कंट्रीब्यूट किया है बट इंटरेस्टिंगली ये ऑर्गेनिकली इतना ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है कि आज ये एक रिच मैन फिनोमेना नहीं है अगर आप छोटे से छोटे गाँव में चले जाएँ तो आपको एक छोटी सी दुकान मिलेगी और उसके साथ एक सोलर प्लेट लगी होगी और उसने अपने आप को एनर्जाइज किया हुआ है और सोलर प्लेट की भी कीमत बहुत कम है और ये ऑर्गेनिकली इतना ज़्यादा हो गया है कि जिसकी वजह से ये ऑटोमेटिकली डीकार्बनाइज हो गई है सो इसके अंदर पब्लिक ने मिलके प्राइवेट के साथ और गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलके एक ट्रायंगल क्रिएट किया और ये ऑटोमेटिक ऑर्गेनिकली डीकार्बनाइजेशन हो गई और क्यों हो गई बिकॉज इसका एक बिजनेस केस था ये इसकी कमर्शियल वायबिलिटी थी People didn't do it because out of the love for the planet. I'm sorry to say that. People did it because they saw a clear commercial benefit. And therefore, while there is a moral side to this entire climate conversation, I think so if we really want to make it happen, we need to start talking about a lot more कि इसकी commercial viability क्या है. अगर हमने plastic waste को reduce करना है, इसका एक commercial business case है. हमने decarbonize करना है, इसका एक commercial business case है. हमने बेसिकली एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री करनी है इसका एक कमर्शियल बिजनेस केस है सो मैं कहता हर चीज़ का एक कमर्शियल बिजनेस केस अगर हम बना लें तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर कैन एक्चुअली वर्क विद द पब्लिक सेक्टर टू मेक इट हैपन एंड आई थिंक सो ये हम जो कॉन्वर्सेशन अभी तक पाई इन द स्काई कॉन्वर्सेशन हम करते रहते हैं दैट वोंट कट इट एंड वी वोंट बी एबल टू मूव इट वी शुड बेसिकली ब्रिंग अ कमर्शियल एंगल टू इट बिकॉज अब हो क्या रहा है कि इन्वेस्टर एक्टिविज्म बहुत ज़्यादा स्टार्ट हो गया वो उन कंपनीज के अंदर इन्वेस्ट नहीं करना चाह रहे जो सिर्फ सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं और मॉरल ऑब्लिगेशन की बात कर रहे हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि यार इसका कमर्शियल केस क्या है और इसका रिटर्न ऑन एसेट क्या है अगर रिटर्न मिल रहा है एंड यू वांट टू बी सस्टेनेबल विल डू इट अदरवाइज विल नॉट डू इट
Tell me something, since yesterday we've had corporate sector, we've had business leaders, we've had respected government dignitaries yesterday and even today. CM Saab is also here. And you mentioned कि private sector, public sector को मिलके काम करना होगा. What does that mean exactly? Because we hear of the public-private partnerships in business, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work because it's a big machinery. How do we oil this machinery where the provincial government, the federal government, the private sector, they actually work together and not against? Not just mouthing it, but actually doing something. What needs to be done there?
देखिए मेरे ख्याल में I'll speak as a practitioner because to be honest there are many experts sitting here who can talk about the climate and the technical terms for hours. As a practitioner, how the private and public should work together. Public sector उसके पास access है उसके पास access है DFIs का उसके पास access है multilaterals का उसके पास एक्सेस है बायलैटरल्स का, उसके पास एक्सेस है NGOs का। जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है उसके पास है क्रेडिबिलिटी और उसके पास एक्सपर्टीज है। आई थिंक सो इन दोनों को ब्लेंड करने की ज़रूरत है। पब्लिक सेक्टर कैन एक्चुअली provide the access to the private sector, to all the funds available, and then private sector can actually blend their commercial funds with the public sector funds and can bring investable projects, and that's what it is happening. मैं एक छोटी सी एक मिसाल दूंगा। फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर एक असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर है एक छोटे इलाके का और उसको एक ग्रांट मिली है, और उसको एक ग्रांट मिली है कि आप अपने इस विलेज को इलेक्ट्रीफाई कर दें, और वो छोटी ग्रांट है, कोई बहुत बड़ी ग्रांट नहीं है, और वो उसको इलेक्ट्रीफाई करने का तरीका ये था कि वो एक डीजल इंजन लगा दे वहाँ पे और उसको इलेक्ट्रीफाई कर दे। बट वो लॉन्ग टर्म नहीं है, वो शॉर्ट टर्म है, उसकी रनिंग एक्सपेंस बहुत ज़्यादा है और वो एक्चुअली कार्बनाइज भी कर रहा है। तो वो जो असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर उसको याद आया कि बेसिकली 1 साल पहले एक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टर आया था जो रूरल विलेज को इलेक्ट्रीफाई करना चाहता था, मगर उसका कमर्शियल केस प्रैक्टिकली वायबल नहीं बन रहा था। सो ही कॉल्ड अप दैट कमर्शियल गाय दैट लिसन, आई हैव सम फंडिंग अवेलेबल फ्रॉम अ सोशल सेक्टर who wants to create an impact. If that money is blended with your commercial money, would you be interested? He ran his commercials and he said, yeah, if I were to blend, it makes sustainable. And he put up a solar farm to electrify that entire village. And that's how the private sector and public sector can work together to make a commercial case, which is viable for the investor, and actually and produce a green energy. And that's how you can actually make the public and private sector work together.
One more question. There's something called carbon credit projects. I don't know what they are, what are they, and how do you develop them?
देखिए ये complicated subject है। Carbon credit, हम लोग भी as a company Unilever, we buy carbon credits. Unfortunately, जो carbon credit की जो बड़ी market है वो सिंगापुर है। पाकिस्तान अभी तक carbon credit की market नहीं create कर पाया। आपकी voluntary carbon credit market होनी चाहिए। उसकी validation, accreditation बहुत tough है। There are 2 big organizations like Vera and Gold Standard. They do the accreditation. But पाकिस्तान को अच्छी carbon credit की market create करनी चाहिए। हमारे पास बहुत ज़्यादा mangroves हैं, Indus Basin के ऊपर हम वहाँ से credit create कर सकते हैं। एक तो मेरा जो pet project है वो for example KP के अंदर जितनी भी जंगलात हैं, वहाँ पे जो locals होता है उनको आप allow करते हैं कि आप दरख्त काट सकते हैं, उनका एक right है, और वो दरख्त काट रहे हैं उसको, और वहाँ से वो अर्निंग्स भी लेते हैं। अगर हम वहाँ पे वॉलंटरी कार्बन क्रेडिट मार्केट क्रिएट कर लें और जितनी भी वहाँ पे जो कार्बन सिक्वेस्टरिंग हो रही है वहाँ से हम प्रैक्टिकली जो कार्बन क्रेडिट ट्रेडिंग स्टार्ट करें, हम जैसी कंपनीज इंस्टेड ऑफ गोइंग एंड बाइंग कार्बन क्रेडिट इन सिंगापुर, वी गो एंड एक्चुअली बाय कार्बन क्रेडिट देयर। वहाँ से जो अर्निंग हो वहाँ पे हम लोकल कम्युनिटी को दें, इंस्टेड के वो दरख्त काट करके अपनी अर्निंग्स पूरी करें, वो दरख्त का देखभाल करें, वहाँ से जो कार्बन ट्रेडिंग से जो अर्निंग हो हम उस कम्युनिटी को दें जिससे उनकी लिविंग प्रोड्यूस हो। एंड दैट्स व्हाट बेसिकली द एंटायर कार्बन क्रेडिट मार्केट इज ऑल अबाउट। एंड वी हैव मैंग्रोव्स, वी हैव लॉट्स ऑफ फॉरेस्ट्री। वी शुड ट्राई टू क्रिएट अ कार्बन ट्रेडिंग मार्केट इन पाकिस्तान rather than actually going out and buying carbon credits.
Okay. One last question. What's Unilever doing for climate change, and what do you think as a professional, as also a conscientious human who's successful, what needs to be done, and is it being done enough? Are we on our way? Let me put it this way.
Honestly, I think so. There is some good work happening in pockets, but it's not good enough to save this country from the biblical floods we had in 2022. There are companies, multinational, there are companies which are SMEs. I think everyone is trying to do something in their limited capacity. But is it being done at scale? No, it's not. Is it done to create an impact? No, it's not. Are we ready for another biblical flood like 2022? Unfortunately, we are not. And that's the truth. And I think so we need to basically really come together and do things at scale, because doing it pockets won't help as a country.
Fingers crossed. Thank you for your time, Amir. If I can request Aleem Saab to give a memento to Amir. Aleem Saab, if you can just join us on stage for a memento to Amir Paracha for his time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji.
Thank you, Amir. मोहतरम साथियों, कुछ इश्यूज इतने बड़े होते हैं कि वो किसी एक फ़र्द, एक इदारे या शायद एक मुल्क के बस की बात भी नहीं होते. दे आर मच बिगर. और क्लाइमेट का जो इशू है, इट इज़ अ ग्लोबल इशू, इट इज़ अ इशू ऑफ द एंटायर ह्यूमैनिटी. और हमने कल से देखा, we've been here since yesterday, that during this conference we've had business leaders, we've had climate experts, we've had professionals. Yesterday we had the full backing of the federal government. The Honorable Finance Minister was here, and today we see that we have the backing of the provincial government. So it is an honor to welcome the Chief Minister, Syed Murad Ali Shah Sahab. Syed Sahab, stage is all yours, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. A warm welcome to you all. It's an honor and privilege to address you all at the 3rd Pakistan Climate Conference. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the members of the Overseas Investor Chamber of Commerce and Industry Managing Committee, as well as the esteemed representatives from the corporate sector for their active participation on this vital dialogue. Our presence here reflects a shared commitment to tackle one of the most pressing challenges of our time, climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is not a distant phenomena. It's a reality that affects us all. For Pakistan, it presents an existential challenge. Our country ranks as the 5th most vulnerable nation to climate change, facing rising temperatures and increasing frequent and severe weather events. Since the 1960s, the average annual temperature in Pakistan has increased by approximately 0.5 degrees Celsius. If we fail to act decisively, projections indicate a further increase of 1.3 to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050. These are not just numbers, they are stark reminders of the challenges we face. Sindh is a frontline province and particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events such as heat waves and floods, and most looming threat of sea level rise pose severe risks to our people, economy, and environment. We're just talking about the 2022 floods. Mr. Amir was mentioning those floods and said whether we are ready for another 2022. I'm afraid we are not. I don't think any country of the world is ready for such an event, which the UN Secretary General had called a disaster of biblical proportions. And when he visited here and when he saw the entire province, 2/3 of the province underwater, his remarks were that this is a monsoon on steroids. So, as I said, we were not responsible for it, but our people faced the brunt, the government of that time, and we all stood with our people, and I'm grateful to all the international community, to the locals here who'd helped, and we have been able to rehabilitate the people, because during those floods, apart from the immediate damage done to the agriculture, the lost lives, the damage to livestock, the major damage was the total destruction of almost 2 million houses in the flood-affected areas. These 2 million houses represented about 12 million people. And the government of Sindh launched a program immediately. Actually, we launched that program while the flood water was still there. And our objective was to provide housing to these 12 to 15 million affectees. Housing so that, God forbid, as we said, are we ready for the next one? To be at least prepared for the next one. And the housing is such that, inshallah, and out of the 2 million, more than 800,000 are currently being built. We've got financing for the entire 2 million houses, and the process is ongoing. And what we're doing is, building them a very modest one-room house. The objective is that, God forbid, if we are faced with another catastrophe like this, we do not have to move these people out of their houses. They remain there because floods, the effects of floods, initially it's like 2 to 3 weeks before the water recedes back. But if you lose your house, it's a lifetime disaster for you. So what we want to do is make sure that these people who were affected by the flood, and we'll extend this to the entire province, and that's what our plan is, even areas which were not affected by floods but may be affected by some other natural disaster later on, we plan to provide them with housing. The other issue that was raised, and I was just, listening to the chat that was being done here today. We've, in the province of Sindh, and this is not new, we started about 10 years ago. It took a lot of learning for us to do, but we were able, and we are able to, and we've started on that, to earn carbon credits for the government of Sindh. And the mangrove plantation that we've done in our districts of Sijawal, Thatta, even Karachi district has potential for mangrove plantation. We have so far earned about $15 million on carbon credits, and we've gone through the entire process of getting it verified through gold standard or whether, I'm not an expert in this, but we've done that, and inshallah, we have led the country, and you're absolutely right. The potential in Pakistan to either mangroves of Sindh, the forests in the north, to earn carbon credits, and for our companies here to, instead of buying these carbon credits abroad, they can just fund their own countries and buy these carbon credits. The government of Sindh is currently doing a project in public-private partnership for forestation, and the revenue model is to earn credits through, to earn carbon credits. And I'd invite the corporates here to please look into that. And it's under preparation. It's almost ready. We've been working on it for some time, and we'll be ready to launch it. And I'd request the corporate sector to actively participate in reducing the carbon footprint and at the same time investing in our country. The World Bank has estimated a potential of 18 to 20% loss in GDP for Pakistan by 2050 due to impact of climate change. This alarming figure underscores the urgency of collective action. However, within these challenges lies an opportunity to build a more resilient and sustainable future. And as I said, this is what we are working on. Apart from our housing project, our forestation projects that I talked about, we talked about solar energy. Again, the government of Sindh is undertaking in public-private partnership and through its own PSDP, through its own annual development program, a huge, this current year, we've allocated 10 billion rupees for providing solar energy to the people, and that program has started. We started with solar rooftop for for homes. Apart from that, we have solarized some of our government institutions, the Dow Medical Campus at Oja, I'd gone there myself, the Central Jail Karachi has been solarized. We actually started on this a very long time back, about 10 years ago. We solarized all the schools in District Tharparkar because they were too far away, too scattered for the grid to get to them, so we solarized them. Another statement that we made, again, this was now 10 or 12 years ago, and we worked, this is when we started, and we've developed that further. 2 villages in District Sangar, in Tehsil Khipro, which were bordering which were on the Indian border. The local representative there told us that when they visited, कह रहे हैं उर्दू में बात करो, लाइव जाना है हमें। जब हमने 10-12 साल पहले वहाँ विजिट किया था इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, तो उन्होंने कहा कि जी ये गांव वाले जो बॉर्डर पे लाइट्स हैं इंडिया की, उससे रात को रोशनी देते हैं और खाना बनाते हैं। हमने उसको एक चैलेंज समझ के रखा, और वो दो जो विलेजेस हैं बॉर्डर पे, ये लाइक हाफ a किलोमीटर फ्रॉम द इंडियन बॉर्डर, उन दोनों को हमने सोलराइज किया और वो आज तक हो रहे हैं। उसके बाद हमने कई हज़ार सोलर प्रोजेक्ट्स कर चुके हैं, contributing towards having a cleaner environment। और यही हमारा फोकस है, यही हमारी पार्टी का चेयरमैन बिलावल भुट्टो जरदारी का फोकस है कि हम सोलराइज करें। जैसे मैंने कहा, इस साल हमने 10 अरब रुपए रखे हैं, हम सोलर रूफटॉप्स दे रहे हैं। एक हमारा पुराना प्रोग्राम वर्ल्ड बैंक की एक लोन के साथ चल रहा है, जो कि ऑलरेडी रोल्ड आउट है। ये दूसरा प्रोग्राम जो सिंध गवर्नमेंट का है, वो भी इन प्रोसेस है। उसके अलावा जैसे मैंने बताया, हमने, मुझे नंबर इस वक्त याद नहीं, 33 या 35 गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, बड़ी अस्पताल, जेल्स, बड़े इस्टेब्लिशमेंट्स, जिनको हमने सोलराइज किया है। और उसके अलावा हम 3 सोलर पार्क्स, 2 कराची के साथ, एक मांझन में, अगेन इन पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप बना रहे हैं, जहाँ पे हम ज़मीन दे रहे हैं और प्राइवेट सेक्टर को इनवाइट कर रहे हैं कि वो आएँ और वहाँ पे सोलर पार्क्स लगाएं, ताकि हम लोकली वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर सकें। अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो यहाँ जानते हैं, पता है कि नेशनल ग्रिड में इस वक्त हमसे कोई लेने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट दे से इसके वी गॉट एक्सेस एनर्जी। आई डोंट थिंक वी गॉट एक्सेस एनर्जी। मैं पहले जगह ये कह चुका हूँ, वी गॉट अ वेरी लो कंजम्पशन पर कैपिटा, और हमने अपनी कंजम्पशन बढ़ानी है सो दैट हम एनर्जी प्राइसेस को भी नीचे ला सके, और हमने ग्रीन एनर्जी की तरफ जाना है। हम अगर थरपारकर में कोल से एनर्जी पैदा करें, तो उसको कॉम्पनसेट करने के लिए हम इस वक्त तक तकरीबन 2000 मेगावाट विंड एनर्जी के जनरेट कर रहे हैं फ्रॉम जम्पीर कॉरिडोर। तो हम वी हैव इन माइंड जो इश्यूज हैं और हम उन पे काम कर रहे हैं। हम अभी मैं 1-2 स्टॉल्स विजिट किए थे। हम पानी, अगेन इट्स गोइंग टू, इट इज़ ऑलरेडी वी गॉट अ शॉर्टेज ऑफ वाटर। हमें पानी के लिए हमारी सिंध गवर्नमेंट की इनिशिएटिव्स थी, जो हमने वही 10-12 साल पहले शुरू की थी, कि हमने नहरों को लाइन करना है, पक्का करना है। और हम पूरे, जब हमने शुरू किया था तो बड़ी एक जो फार्मर्स थे ना, उनकी तरफ से आते थे कि पता नहीं हमारा पानी इसके बाद आएगा कि नहीं आएगा। लेकिन इस वक्त हमारी सबसे बड़ी डिमांड जो लोकल फार्मिंग कम्युनिटी से होती है, वो कि हमें अपनी नहर लाइन करके दें, इसलिए कि उससे जो उनको पानी ज़्यादा मिला है पहले से लाइनिंग के बाद, और वो ज़्यादा एफिशिएंटली यूज़ कर सकते हैं। इसके साथ साथ अच्छी इरिगेशन प्रैक्टिसेस मैंने बाहर देखा था, नेस्ले का आई बिलीव वो ड्रिप इरिगेशन पे काम कर रहे हैं, और मैंने उनसे ही पूछा था कि हमने कुछ अर्सा पहले, कुछ सालों पहले ट्राई किया था। हमें प्रॉब्लम ये आ रही थी कि जो इंपोर्ट कर रहे थे, हमारा दरिया सिंध का पानी, उसमें सिल्ट कंटेंट ज़्यादा होती है, और उसकी वजह से हो ये रहा था कि वो जो नोजल्स हैं वो सारे ब्लॉक हो जाते थे, और हमसे लोगों ने लेना छोड़ दिए वो जो हमने बनाए थे। तो हमने कहा कि लेकिन वे फॉरवर्ड इज़ टू कंजर्व वाटर, हमने ये ड्रिप इरिगेशन पे काम करना है, और हम इस पे काम करते रहेंगे। बल्कि मुझे कि नेस्ले हमारे साथ इस पे ऑलरेडी काम कर रहा है। हमारे पास कोस्टल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट है, जो कोस्ट की, हमारे इंडस डेल्टा की प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए काम करता है। हम बहुत बड़े एडवोकेट्स हैं जो सी वाटर इंट्रूजन है, और जिसकी वजह से हम अपनी कीमती ज़मीन, बिकॉज ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज, समंदर का लेवल बढ़ने से हम अपनी कीमती ज़मीन ज़ाया कर रहे हैं। उसके हम बहुत बड़े प्रोपोनेंट्स हैं कि एक दरियाओं का पानी की कम से कम, हमारा तो ख्याल है और ज़्यादा, लेकिन जो वाटर रिकॉर्ड 91 में हुआ था उसमें ख्याल था 10 मिलियन एकड़ फीट। बाद में वो एक्सपर्ट्स कमेटी ने 8.6 मिलियन एकड़ फीट पानी कहा है कि डाउनस्ट्रीम कोठड़ी जाना चाहिए ताकि डेल्टा आपका ज़िंदा रहे, वहाँ की इकोलॉजी सही हो। अनफॉर्चुनेटली कभी कभी जब फ्लड्स आते हैं तो बहुत ज़्यादा पानी आता है, जब किसी को ज़रूरत नहीं होती तो सब इधर भेज देते हैं, अदरवाइज़ वो डेल्टा हमारा प्यासा रहता है और उसकी वजह से प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। हम उसके लिए भी स्ट्राइव कर रहे हैं कि हमें एडुकेट एलोकेशन मिले फॉर द डेल्टा। उसके अलावा ज़मीन बचाने के लिए सिंध गवर्नमेंट एक फेडरल गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलके फंडिंग वहाँ से कुछ आ रही है। हम कोस्टल हाईवे बनाना चाह रहे हैं ताकि हम डाइक बनाएं टू प्रोटेक्ट सी वाटर, टू प्रोटेक्ट आवर लैंड्स फ्रॉम सी वाटर इंट्रूजन। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया है अभी कि हम अपार्ट फ्रॉम मैंग्रोव्स पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप में फॉरेस्ट डेवलपमेंट के लिए भी 10,000 एकड़ का एक फॉरेस्ट ब्लॉक के जो हमने किया हुआ है हम उसको पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप में करना चाह रहे हैं। पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप यूनिट इज़ वर्किंग ऑन इट। तो टू जस्ट समराइज, हुकूमत सिंध बिल्कुल अवेयर है विद द डेंजर्स दैट क्लाइमेट चेंज इज़ ब्रिंगिंग टू अस। ये कोई फ्यूचरिस्टिक बात नहीं, ये वो बात नहीं कि आपकी चॉइस है। पहले आप समझते थे, आज से 10, 15, 20 साल पहले समझते थे कि ये क्लाइमेट की बात वो करें सिर्फ जिनके अदरवाइज कोई और प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं है, लेकिन अब सब रियलाइज़ करें कि सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यही है और अगर आपने इसकी तैयारी नहीं की तो आपकी बाकी सारी चीज़ें पीछे रह जाएंगी। द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ सिंध इज़ वेरी कॉन्शियस ऑफ दिस। हमने जैसे बताया कि इस पे वेरियस सेक्टर्स में, चाहे वो पानी की बचत हो, चाहे सोलराइजेशन हो, चाहे फॉरेस्टेशन हो, इन पे काम कर रहे हैं। मैं यही चाहूँगा कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर भी हमारे साथ मिलके, और हमारा पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप यूनिट है जो ये करते हैं, वो हमारे साथ मिलके काम करे। मैं OICCI की मैनेजमेंट कमेटी का बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि उन्होंने आज मुझे यहाँ बुलाया और मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि आप अपने मेंबर्स से भी ये दरख्वास्त करें जो अपना CSR लगाते हैं, या मैं तो ये कहूँगा इन्वेस्टमेंट्स अपनी इन्वायरमेंट के सेक्टर में पाकिस्तान में लगाएं। पाकिस्तान को सख्त ज़रूरत है। हम जब गए थे आफ्टर द 2022 फ्लड्स, UN ने जिनीवा में कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी, तो वहाँ पे उन सारों का ये था, हम गए थे ऑब्वियसली दुनिया से मदद मांगने, लेकिन वहाँ पे जो इन्वायरमेंट है, मदद हम उसकी करेंगे जो अपनी मदद खुद करेगा। और उधर प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कहा था कि जितना दुनिया कमिट करेगी पाकिस्तान गवर्नमेंट उतना ही कमिट करेगी। और हमने फॉर एग्जांपल इस हाउसिंग प्रोजेक्ट में हुकूमत सिंध ने खुद अपना पैसा डाला है, फेडरेशन ने अब पैसा डाला है, देर आए दुरुस्त आए, लेकिन उनकी तरफ से भी पैसा आया है। तो हमने मिलके इस थ्रेट से मुकाबला करना है। और इंशाल्लाह ताला मैंने फ्लड्स में देखा था कि हमारी कौम बड़ी रिजिलियंट है। मैं आपको फ्लड्स का बताता हूँ किस्सा कि जब मैं एक चक्कर पूरा मार के वापस कराची आया था तो आई वॉज फीलिंग हेल्पलेस। जिस मकदार में, जिस तादाद में वो फ्लड का पानी आया था, मैंने कहा कि इधर कुछ हम कर ही नहीं सकते। मैं 1 या 2 दिन आई जस्ट सॉर्ट ऑफ रिकलेक्टेड माई सेल्फ। और मैंने जब दूसरी बार गया तो मुझे लोगों ने हिम्मत दिलाई कि इन एडवर्स कंडीशंस में भी वो लोग अपने लिए, अपने बच्चों के लिए मेहनत कर रहे थे। तो हमने कहा कि नहीं, ये हमारा फ़र्ज़ है कि हम इनके साथ खड़े रहें इस मुश्किल वक्त में। और मुझे ये खुशी है कि हमारी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी पाकिस्तान पीपल्स पार्टी सिंध हुकूमत लोगों के साथ खड़ी रही थी एंड वी सरमाउंटेड दैट प्रॉब्लम। मैं एक बार फिर शुक्रगुजार हूँ OICCI की मैनेजमेंट कमेटी का, मुझे इधर बुलाया। आई वांटेड टू स्पेंड मोर टाइम हियर बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली द डे टुडे सच अ डे दैट आई हैव ओवर कमिटेड माई सेल्फ एंड नंबर ऑफ इवेंट्स। मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि आपके इधर बुलाया और मैं आपको यकीन दिलाता हूँ कि हुकूमत सिंध अपना पूरा किरदार अदा करेगी इस थ्रेट को फेस करने के लिए। और इंशाल्लाह ताला टुगेदर वी द पीपल ऑफ पाकिस्तान will overcome these threats which are not our doing, they have been brought on to us, but we have to fight them and inshallah we will. Thank you very much. Pakistan Zindabad.
If I can request Yusuf Saab and Jason and Aleem Saab to please present memento to the Honorable Chief Minister. It's good to see a Chief Minister who's eloquent in both languages, sir. और जिस भी साथी ने कहा था उर्दू में गुफ्तगू करें, आपको भी बहुत बहुत हम शुक्रगुजार हैं आपके. And we see the support of the provincial government for this very, very important conversation that we're having about climate change. Thank you for your time, Honorable Chief Minister. Pleasure, sir. Thank you. Honorable Chief Minister Syed Murad Ali Shah showing his support to climate change. Next up, we have Mr. Nathan Rive, Principal Natural Resources and Agriculture Specialist from Asian Development Bank, and his keynote is on disaster and climate risk financing, a regional and Pakistan perspective. Mr. Nathan, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And am I audible? Hi, am I audible? Thank you very much, and very much appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and to represent the Asian Development Bank, which has been a long-standing partner with Pakistan on disaster risk management, including disaster risk recovery. I'm sorry that I'm not able to join you in Karachi today. I'm actually based in Manila right now. I was asked to present because, as some of you may know, I was based in Islamabad for 2 years and represented ADB on climate issues, processing a number of projects, including infrastructure and policy-based loans. I was asked today to present, and I'm very happy to present on some key issues around disaster risk financing, both from a regional perspective or perhaps global perspective, and as well as the ways in which we, perhaps in the collective development community and certainly ADB, think about it in terms of our programs and support that we can and do offer to Pakistan. So I've got about 13 slides, and I understand I have about 15 minutes, so I'll try to be mindful of that time. So it goes without saying that Pakistan's disaster risks are high, and what makes them perhaps uniquely high is that the magnitude of those risks is quite large, even for more frequent flood events. What that means is that if we look at it from a flood risk curve, and this is a curve here which captures the losses from different floods from different frequencies, even at low return period, or shall we say high frequency, the damages from those floods can be quite high. And it's for that reason that Pakistan experiences quite frequent, quite catastrophic, damaging floods. So the 1 in 100-year flood, as per this curve, equates to about 5% of GDP loss, and that's similar to what we saw in 2022. Taking a step back, it's worth understanding why. Why is it the case that Pakistan faces these risks and suffers from frequent damages with also often unsustainable response and reconstruction processes? it's unsustainable because, of course, if you have to do it repeatedly over and over again, it becomes financially and economically unsustainable. Breaking this down into sort of the root causes, which is the way we tend to think about these things when developing our support, we've looked at three different issues, and it boils down to basically issues around institutional capacity for strategic planning, preparedness, and response. Second, which is around insufficient risk reduction and opportunities to invest in reducing your disaster risk as well as your climate resilience. And finally, inadequate implementation of pre-organized disaster risk financing, which will be available quickly and in time and inadequate amounts in the event of a disaster. And as we all know, that perpetuates up to problems and longer-term persistent impacts of disaster events. We see this still from the floods of 2022 and diminished long-term development. But floods and other hazards are not purely external issues that cannot be dealt with. As of course, when you think about risk, there's many things that involve that are impacting it beyond just the size of the hazard. It includes your vulnerability and it includes the frequency of the event, and allows you to structure your thinking a little bit in terms of how you want to manage that. And I put it here on this chart, ways in which a country like Pakistan can look to manage its risk. Of course, acting sooner and before the event is better, and often you look to first reducing your risk before even taking any steps. That sort of investments in appropriate infrastructure, nature-based solutions, land use management. Some of these are non-structural issues, including early warning systems. So that brings your curve down. So the curve is not a fixed curve. It's a representation of your effect from that hazard. But of course, you can't cost effectively reduce all that risk, and you can only bend the curve down so much. And therefore, we look at disaster risk financing. So for the first section of risk, which is perhaps the more frequent events for which you have adequate liquidity, you may look to just simply retain that risk and say, we will just save money in the bank somewhere or have contingent funds and use that on a rainy day, so to speak. For the remainder, we'd like to perhaps transfer that risk through insurance products. And finally, we'll just accept some residual risk that will exist that we cannot adequately transfer, retain, or reduce. Where you take those decisions on what you retain and what you transfer will depend on many things. As mentioned, your liquidity, the cost of risk transfer. Of course, there's no free lunch, and ultimately you will be paying some premium to transfer that risk. But more broadly, it's useful to sort of structure this DRF framework in a layered approach. So we structure it in the sort of the general best practice as a mix of instruments for optimal layering. As mentioned, we may retain the risks for higher frequency events using things like budget allocations, contingent disaster financing, and then for higher frequency, larger severity events, you would transfer that risk with insurance products, and eventually you may have some residual risk that you would rely on grants and relief support, but this would be very low frequency events. So where does Pakistan fit in that current rubric or mosaic? Currently, the implementation of disaster risk financing or ex-ante disaster risk financing is fairly limited. This is not to scale, but just gives some indication of where things are in each of these categories. Currently, budget allocations and including the National Disaster Management Fund and provincial funds are quite low, and I'll get to that in the next slide. The use of contingent disaster financing is fairly limited. there is a World Bank contingent line item, and ADB is working with Pakistan to develop a contingent disaster financing line item product for next year. And there's limited insurance penetration. So what that means is that there's a typical reliance on slower, less flexible emergency assistance loans, which have to be organized after the event. And as mentioned, organizing things sooner and before the event is much more effective and much more sustainable. So how do we measure how well or how poorly Pakistan is sitting in terms of its disaster risk financing? ADB conducted a study several years ago to look at the protection gap and the extent to which the protection gap, Pakistan's protection gap compared to other countries in the region. And these are what we call Central Asia Regional Economic Corridor countries. So these are all countries in Central Asia and South Caucasus. What we notice here is that Pakistan and Tajikistan as well both suffer from critically insufficient finances, which means that 80% or more of the average annual expected losses are not covered by prearranged finance. And that particularly prearranged finance will be exhausted following a 1 in 5 year event. Now, this was a snapshot taken a few years ago, and in our view, that this picture has improved somewhat. And again, I'll mention a little bit further in the coming slides. Other countries like Azerbaijan, Georgia, Kazakhstan have a more developed budgeting and disaster risk financing market, and therefore have the ability to cover up to 1 in 50 year events. So what are the potential enhancements for Pakistan? The idea here is to obviously have this roadmap or puzzle that over time we would look to fill in some of those gaps. Again, this is not to scale, but gives a picture of where we might look to focus. And the recommendation from ADB's assessment was that there's a particularly critical need to address this missing middle. And this goes to my first slide, where some of these quite low to medium frequency events can be extremely damaging. And that's exactly what this contingent disaster financing is meant to address, these disaster events of about 5 to 20 year frequency. Of course, it's not feasible to implement this all in one go. The market is not there, the financing may not be there, and the complexity of some of these products mean that it may require a little bit of time. So we've highlighted some areas that Pakistan could immediately pick up. Conditional loans and grants would be something that could be taken up immediately. And again, as mentioned, ADB is working with the Ministry of Finance to establish a contingent disaster financing facility. We understand also that the World Bank is exploring a similar product with their what's called the catastrophic delayed disbursement option, the CAT-DDO. In the near term, we would be looking to explore expansion of the insurance markets, potentially catastrophe bonds, depending on what kind of pricing we're looking at, and long-term, more complex risk pools through disaster risk transfer facility. The way that ADB is anchoring its support more broadly on disaster risk management and climate risk management is the Climate and Disaster Risk Enhancement Program, which is a policy program over two sub-programs. The first sub-program was approved late last year, and we are expecting sub-program 2 to be approved early next year. And this program is very much the flagship for ADB's engagement on climate and disaster. It will be anchoring all our ensuing engagement and TA and project on climate and disasters, including issues around flood risk management investments, such as early warning systems and infrastructure. We're also looking to support on insurance development. The program covers 3 reform areas, covering those 3 pillars I mentioned in the early slide, which is around developing institutional capacity for strategic planning and preparedness. This is with NDMA and NDRMF and the Federal Flood Commission. Reform Area 2 is looking to support on disaster risk reduction and climate resilience investments. So that is with the Ministry of Climate Change to enhance financial flows for climate finance, Planning Commission for improving the climate resilient nature of the public investment management systems. And finally, the risk layer disaster risk financing framework looks to support the implementation of additional disaster risk financing products and tools. So the way that this program looks to do is, number 1, establish this framework, which was established under subprogram 1, and the DRF strategy was approved by the National Disaster Risk Management Fund under the Planning Commission or the Ministry of Planning earlier last year. And over the 2 subprograms, we're looking to support pieces of this DRF puzzle. And we are hoping that we may support and crowd in other development partners, private partners as well, to support in certain areas, including additional contingent disaster financing facilities, and in particular insurance and capital markets instruments in which the private sector obviously plays a very important role. Just to highlight a bit on the contingent disaster financing option, which is the basis, or which would be the basis of subprogram 2. The CDF, as we call it, is, as mentioned, similar to the World Bank's CAT-DDO. This is a facility that will reduce response time and indirect losses because of much more readily available and quicker disbursement of funds in the event of a disaster. This is not parametric insurance. This is a soft trigger that is dispersed on the basis of a declaration of emergency, the details of which will be discussed with the government of Pakistan. But this is available over an initial 5-year period, starting from the approval of the program next year. In the event that it does get drawn down in that 5-year availability period, the government has an ability to actually replenish that 500 million very quickly and then make it available for use within that 5-year period. As an example, we've had similar CDF facilities in Indonesia, in the Philippines, and in the Pacific. Unfortunately, we've never reached the end of a availability period by which the funds have not been used. So in each of these cases, the CDF was used to its full for things like cyclones, COVID-19 outbreaks, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, droughts, and this includes also in the Philippines and Indonesia. So in each of these cases, we have found the CDF to be a very effective tool, and we think that Pakistan is, considering its risk profile, an ideal candidate for the use of these tools. I'll stop there, and thank you very much. I'm not sure if there's questions or time for questions, but happy to take any.
Thank you, Nathan. That was Mr. Nathan Rive, Principal Natural Resources and Agriculture Specialist of ADB, Asian Development Bank. Next up, we have another speaker before we break for tea. Antonia Warner, the Chief Sustainability Officer, and she represents Nestle South Africa. And the presentation is on advancing regenerative agriculture systems for climate resilience, ecosystem restoration, and nature-based solutions. Antonia, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Switzerland. My apologies. My
Yes?
apologies.
No worries. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Stage is all yours.
Very good. So good afternoon. Very pleased to be with you online, and my colleagues from Nestlé Pakistan are with you in the room, thankfully. I'm sure they're available for any questions during tea. So let me just load my slides first. Just bear with me. Here we go. Can you see creating shared value? I guess yes. So in the next 10 minutes, I will take you through what sustainability means at Nestlé, for Nestlé, through Nestlé. And already on the first slide, you see that it's about creating shared value. Now, what does that mean? Creating shared value means that we want to make a positive impact for people, planet, and business, for all three. This is not a new concept, which we launched in the last years. It's active since 2007, when it was framed as creating shared value. And I have to apologize in advance. I will show you a few numbers now. These are the ones of 2023. We're in the quiet period. I would have loved to show you the numbers of 2024. What it means if we are in action here, what can be achieved, but we need to wait for that until for 2 weeks. So for us, creating shared value, it's all about actions. Yes, it's important to have commitments, to be transparent on the path we want to take. But creating shared value only takes place when there's action on the ground. Now, these are the numbers of 2023. Greenhouse gas reductions, we were at, you see, 13.58% versus our target, which we're going to see on the next slide, which is the 20% reduction versus 2018. Then we had a no deforestation commitment. Also here, progress was made. Equally, packaging, reducing the virgin plastic, replace it by no packaging or other material, or at least used recycled material. And then we have on the right side the community-related targets and the progress against this on youth, on diversity, inclusion, and of course health and nutrition. For us as a food company, quintessential, because our aim, what we're about, is to offer food for people, and it's not just food, it should be good nutrition. Now, this is where we have been in 2023. It was all about action. What's the path going forward? By the end of 2025, so end of this year, we want to have reduced our greenhouse gas footprint by 20%. This is the first big milestone, which you see in the middle. 2030, 5 years later, the aim is 50% reduction. What is absolutely quintessential for this is to work with our farmers, to work with the ones that supply ingredients, because 2/3 out of our greenhouse gas footprint is coming from ingredients. And again, half of that is actually from dairy. This is very relevant for Pakistan, which we will see later. The other large commitment which we have is on regenerative agriculture. And you see the same numbers here. 20% of our supply of key ingredients should come from farming applying regenerative agriculture practices by 2025, and then also here 50% by 2030. Now, what does this mean, regenerative agriculture? It means basically to improve the soil for crops which grow in non-tropical areas. Then it's more about agroforestry in areas where there are tropical crops. This is the case for coffee and for cocoa. And then you see dairy and livestock also on the right side. This is where we have dairy supply, and here it's about multiple measures. It's to improve the productivity of the cow. So that's also beneficial for the farm. And then also work on manure management, biogas digesters, etc. So it's about basically reducing the emission, the greenhouse gas emission per liter of milk. When I say it like this, reducing the emission per liter of milk, it sounds as if the whole regenerative agriculture complex was done because of climate warming, so to reduce greenhouse gas. That was the starting point, but what we have learned over the past years, this is actually, it went a bit to the back. It doesn't mean it's happening, indeed it does, which we will see on one of my next slides, but the major benefit of regenerative agriculture is resilience. And we've heard this from the speaker before. It's resilience against extreme weather events. We have the proof now that the farms that apply these practices, the crops are more stable, the yields are more stable, the farms are just more resilient against longer periods of drought, against periods of heavy rain. And for dairy and livestock, it's obvious when you have a cow that's producing more, there's also more income for the farmer. On the left side, biodiversity and water. I'm just mentioning them now because these are kind of co-benefits as well. If you work well on the soil with the cow, actually the one on the left is coming with it. Now this is here how it's being translated or what is actually being done in Pakistan by our colleagues in Nestle Pakistan. And what I can say upfront, Nestle Pakistan has been at the forefront and is actually a best practice inside the company with all the work being done with the dairy farmers, the existing network, the existing supply contracts, the corporations, the partnerships were absolutely instrumental to make a big step and a fast step forward for more resilient, better productivity, and with that also lower greenhouse gas footprint, notably for the dairy part, which you see here on the left. Then in manufacturing, what we do here is to switch as much as possible from fossil fuel energy to solar or to biomass. And I think there was just in the news on Monday, I've seen we've inaugurated another biomass boiler. So we do it at all fronts. It's really an action along the value chain from farm to manufacturing. And with that, we think we can make a better offer for the communities and of course the same type of good products for the consumers, for the people. And this is what we call creating shared value. So what's being done here in Pakistan is actually a best practice of creating shared value. Last but not least, there's also packaging. On the packaging side, it's mostly to avoid that plastic packaging is landing in the environment. This we don't want. We have a 5-step or 5-part strategy. Now, what we have learned over time is that the ones you circled in blue are the most effective ones. So less packaging is the best. Yeah, the less packaging we have around our products, the less waste exists. And notably, that's the case for plastic. But then it's also about ensuring that the waste is collected and not landing in landfill. This is where going forward, we want to put even more focus on. People in communities, we've already spoken about this. It's not just about dairy, it's also where the income, the farm income is not where it should be. This is where we have programs in place with the farmers to actually improve their income. That's I have cocoa as an example here. And then youth entrepreneurship, it's agripreneurship, it's helping people to find a job, young people. That's also part of what we do. It's at the core. And then, of course, all the actions to ensure that human rights are in place for everyone. So to summarize, our priority areas to make a positive impact for people, planet, and business. It's climate. You've seen the net zero roadmap with the target of the 20% 2025 reduction of greenhouse gas footprint, then regenerative agriculture. And both of them together have the major purpose, the major aim to improve the resilience of farmers, of our value chain. And with that, of course, it's also helping us to ensure supply, plus it's a beneficial one for the planet. And for packaging, the focus will be more on circularity, avoiding that any packaging is landing in the environment. That's not what it should do. And the ones you see in the gray bar below, the human rights, youth, diversity, compliance, I mean, these are the non-negotiables, which are there all the time. So with that, will stop sharing, and I was probably quite short. I'm not sure if there's any room for questions. If not, then I think I can give you some time now for tea. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you.
फरूख साहब, हम कल से मुंतज़िर हैं आपके, कल के प्रोग्राम में आपका नाम लिखा हुआ था। We'll start maybe in 1 minute or so. अली साहब, आप छोड़ेंगे फरूख साहब को तो उनको हम बुला पाएंगे स्टेज के ऊपर। And our next speaker is the president of ICAP, and those of you who don't know what ICAP is, you guys are not filing your taxes. ICAP is Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan, and I've had the pleasure of working with them many times. If I can request the president of ICAP, Mr. Farooq Rahman Sahab, to come onto the stage for his keynote. Farooq Sahab, let's hear you. और तालियां भी बहुत सारी हो जाएं ताकि ग्लोबल वार्मिंग कुछ बेहतर हो।
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Just one correction. I just completed yesterday my term as president of ICAP. So now I've become an ordinary council member. But Aleem Saab, many congratulations for this third climate conference. All the committee members of ICCMC, many congratulations. This is great because this subject is not only important, but is also sensitive. We have heard yesterday, I've been told, and even today since morning, everybody is emphasizing on the importance of this subject, and they have explained the various initiatives, various works that many organizations, both locally who are the listed corporates here in Pakistan or giving the global perspective. We also got an input from the CM Saab about the role that the government of Sindh has been playing. But all said and done, every entity is doing some work, everyone has explained what they are doing, but at the end of the day, there has to be something credible that comes out from each entity that exactly that is what they are doing. All of you are aware that all corporates prepare and issue the financial statements. There are transactions that are happening in all the corporates, in all the entities, and when they come and they record those transactions, those are presented in a structured manner so that everybody understands like what this information is, how this is to be disclosed, and how this becomes useful for the users of those financial reports. So the same goes for the ESG concepts or the sustainability reporting. So first of all, we need to understand that what this and why this ESG reporting or the sustainability reporting. So if we look at every corporate, what happens is that their operations are somehow dependent upon or they interact in their day-to-day activities with their stakeholders. They have interaction with the economy. They have interaction with the natural resources. So all of this impact their cash flows in their short run, medium term, and the long run. So in order to have all those impacts which those corporates are interacting, they have to be presented in a manner which is understandable, useful for all. Particularly when we start a discussion about how to report that, there comes the aspect of a proper framework. Then everybody reads from the same document and everybody then reports in a same manner or a similar manner so that they become comparable as well. So you can have a consistent reporting and a comparable reporting. So the frameworks, they were there over a period of time. We go back 10 years, 20 years. There was a predominant framework called the Global Reporting Initiative, the GRI framework. And companies in this area of sustainability used to follow and report in terms of how the GRI requirements were. But in 2021, a very significant event happened that at the COP26, there was an establishment, there was a formation of International Sustainability Standards Board. This is exactly equivalent to the International Accounting Standards Board, which we are all familiar how the financial statements are prepared. The framework are the IFRS or the IFRS accounting standard, which are issued by the IASB. So a sister organization with the same authority, with the same structure, an International Sustainability Standards Board was formed. And that is where it comes into the area of accountants. So now the accountants are heavily involved in this ESG reporting area. Coming to the Pakistan part, SSCP is the corporate regulator. They are at the forefront of all the policy making in respect of the corporate reporting here in Pakistan. So they took up this topic, this agenda. And in fact, SSCP had previously also issued some voluntary guidelines in 2013 about the CSR reporting guidelines. But in 2022, there was this roadmap, a very formal roadmap was prepared and that was issued to the stakeholders. And in that roadmap, they have set the deadlines and how they are going to move forward in this ESG reporting area. So continuing with that, SSCP started discussing with various stakeholders. There were consultation sessions held. And then in 2024, a formal, again, ESG reporting guidelines were issued. And those were issued in the context of a voluntary applicability for the listed companies. So if you really look at the content of those voluntary guidelines, there are certain very specific metrics, parameters given, which covers all the aspects of ESG, meaning the environmental, the social, as well as the governance part. So specifically limiting myself to the environmental and the subject of today, which is the climate. So I'll very briefly talk about, because of the time limitation on the climate area. So in those voluntary guidelines, there are certain specific parameters linking to the climate-related area. So to be a little more specific, because now this term is probably more known now. So when reporting for climate, every entity has to group their reporting, their measurement in terms of scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. So what is scope 1, 2, and 3? So this is a categorization through which you measure and report the GHG emissions. Simply speaking, for scope 1, that's an emission which is from your owned assets. So very simple, if you have an owned asset, emissions to be recorded from there, that is scope 1. Scope 2 is the purchased electricity. So again, very simple, if there is a purchased electricity, that is the emissions coming out of that will be taken as scope 2 and reported. Scope 3 is the rest of the GHG emission that comes out of your value chain. So this is a very, very brief and a conceptual explanation that I have given. Scope 1, owned assets; scope 2, purchased; scope 3, all upstream, downstream value chain. The emissions are reported as scope 3. Moving further on 31st of December 2024, just now, last month, on the last date, SSCP again decided, and they have now issued an order through which this sustainability reporting, there has been an adoption of the standards issued by the ISP I just mentioned for the listed companies and public interest companies which are licensed with SSCP. So for this group of companies, meaning the listed companies, a phased mandatory implementation order has been issued. So in phase 1, starting from July 1, period beginning July 1, 2025, companies who have a turnover of, in the last 2 consecutive years, a turnover of 25 billion plus, or they have an assets of 12.5 billion rupees, or they have employees in excess of 1,000. If any of these 2 criteria are met, that means that listed company has to have a mandatory publication, preparation of sustainability report, which is as per the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standard S1 and S2. Now, in that, in the first year of application, it is only going to be the climate-related disclosure, which is the standard S2, that has become mandatory for the first year. So sustainability or ESG is a bigger concept. There are many aspects of any corporate where the ESG matters have to be reported. But in the first year only, which is for such companies, starting from July 1, 2025 period beginning, that means their period will end 30th of June, 2026, and then their report, they will have a time of a 9-month period where they can publish or prepare this sustainability report in accordance with the S1 and S2. And this, for this year, meaning the 2026 year end, only climate-related reporting, and in that, it is only going to be the scope 1 and scope 2. Scope 3 is not mandated for year 1. So that is something very important to understand, and those corporates, those listed companies who fall under this particular category, our estimation, our analysis has been that there is going to be about 130 companies who are going to fall in the first year of this mandatory reporting to be prepared as per the S1, IFRS S1 and S2, where only climate, and within the climate, it is going to be scope 1 and scope 2. There are other disclosures as well. I think for shortage of time, I will not go into too much technical details, but for you to understand, from year one, it is only going to be a limited but mandatory sustainability reporting that is going to happen. Then in that phased approach, which SSCP has issued that order, there will be a second year, first year adoption for the other listed companies, which has a turnover of 12.5 billion. Again, 50% of the assets, that means 6.5 billion of the assets and 500 employees. So if they meet any of the two criterias, then in the second year, like from July 1, 2026, that group of listed companies will get impacted. And the rest of the listed companies and the licensed public interest companies, they will come in the phase 3. So this is a 3-year phased approach that SSCP has issued, has made it mandatory. I hope that all corporates, all listed companies who are getting affected with this, they should take note of that and immediately start working how to have the systems in place to have data which is coming out in a structured format and which is credible. The last thing about this, again, SSCP order has been that for this reporting which will happen, in the first year of such reporting, there is not going to be any assurance required. Just like for financial statements, you get an audit report from an auditor. For sustainability report also, there will be an assurance requirement, but that will not happen in year one. For every phase-wise approach, this will happen in the second year of that reporting, so that those companies which have a year end of 30th of June 2026, which falls into the first year of phase-wise implementation, they will have their assurance requirement happening somewhere like starting from July 1, 2026 and ending on 30th of June 2027. So the assurance or the audit requirement will come in that period. But practically speaking, don't wait for that time. Start building your structure, start developing your data so that, if there is any capacity building needs, immediately that should be reported to SSCP, to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan, so that we can give a response, because there could be many questions of people coming, because the moment SSCP issued that, I started receiving questions about whether this turnover is to be at a group financial statement level or we have to see a standalone. So I've been explaining that this is only for the, to have fallen in that criteria, you have to look at only the standalone listed company turnover. So there will be many more questions at ICAP or SSCP you can write, and we can give you a feedback. As far as the capacity building is concerned, there are a number of sessions already happened. I believe many of the corporates have sent their representatives. ICAP has done those capacity building as master classes. But since you need to understand that this sustainability concept is more focused in terms of sector-wise, so industry-wise. So you will have a different requirement for somebody who is in financial services like bank, but for energy, you have different requirement. For pharmaceutical, you have different requirements. For automobile, you have different requirement. So internationally, there's a formal structure of industries. There are 77 industry categories, and in that you can find out in which category you comes as per the definition. So you go and start looking at that specific industry requirement, because this reporting comes through a industry-wide manner. So we have also developed master classes for two specific industry sectors. One is banking and the other is the textiles. When we launched the banking specific, unfortunately, at that point of time, since this was not mandatory, neither from the SSCP nor from the State Bank, so we got a very less response. We got only 7 registrations, so we had to call off that session. But then we recently conducted the textile one, and we got a reasonably good response. So the textile sector specifically, masterclass happened, and all the requirements related to textiles were explained. and they are now reasonably well versed. Going forward, we are going to use technology to build the capacity. At ICAP, we have artificial intelligence platform, which is called AI.ICAP. This is similar to the ChatGPT or the Gemini, etc. You can just write your prompt and you will start getting the answers. So that will be launched, already launched for other areas, but not for sustainability. But the next target at ICAP is to have this done for IFRS S1 and S2. And in the month of February, in the first half of February, you will find this to be available to everyone, and you can start using that as well. In addition, we'll be showing some specific formats so that the companies can focus on their specific sector. So how the format is to be, that will be made available publicly. SCCP has also done a very significant, I must appreciate that they have launched a platform called ESG Sustain. Please do access that platform, ESG Sustain. You will find wealth of information over there. It is linked to ICAP, it is linked to some other institutions as well. You will find all the available material for sustainability related matters. So do access that. If you will have any questions, you can have a discussion later on here, or you can write to ICAP and we'll be happy to respond. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Farooq Saab. We would request Yusuf Saab to please come on the stage to provide the memento. A little bit of clapping, please. Thank you, Yusuf Saab, OICCI President, and Farooq Saab. Now we have a panel, and for the panel titled Strengthening Climate Resilience, Partnership Community-Led Adaptation and Sustainability. And I would request the moderator, Mehmood Khwaja Saab, to please join us at stage. He is the former CEO PICG.
Thank you, Kashif, and thank you to OICCI for organizing this panel on a very important topic of adaptation and resilience. Last but not the least, this topic deserves full attention from Pakistan. The World Bank estimated that about $150 billion are required for Pakistan's adaptation needs by 2030. And as we learned yesterday from Dr. Shamshad, that if we don't act on it, the cost of inaction is about $250 billion to the least, as estimated by the British government recently. So the cost of inaction is way higher on adaptation than the cost of acting on it. So it is a clear choice that we have to take, but easier said than done, because $150 billion for adaptation becomes specifically hard when we are talking about public-private partnerships. Getting the private sector to move on adaptation and resilience is definitely a bigger challenge than to make the private sector move on mitigation objectives, as we know that there are very unclear revenues and financial streams attached to this sort of investment. However, there are companies in the private sector that are leading from the front and that are actually engaged in activities around adaptation and resilience. And we would like to hear from some of them today, to hear their success stories so that we can all replicate these success models. So my guests today, first of all, I'd like to invite on the stage Mr. Fawad Sumro, CEO of the Dawood Foundation, Engro Foundation. He's the head of Engro Foundation and has over 20 years of experience in the corporate and CSR sectors. He has extensive experience in water irrigation, agricultural programs, and environmental conservation programs. Welcome, Mr. Fouad. Then I'd like to invite my second guest, Mr. Mustafa Ahmed, who is the GM of Sustainability and ESG for Artistic Milliners. Mr. Mustafa has more than 18 years of experience in the textile and packaging industry and has core competencies in sustainability, environmental health and safety, climate action, and productivity improvement. Welcome, Mustafa. My third guest would be Mr. Alamgir Khan Gandapur. Mr. Alamgir is the country head and CTO of the Delta Blue Carbon Project. And he has, before joining the Delta Blue Project, he has served as the chief conservator of forests, where he played a pivotal role in the restoration, conservation, and sustainable management of diverse forest ecosystems. Welcome, Alamgir sir. Okay, so short panel, and I'll be joining my panel right away to start this discussion. So I will start the discussion with yourself, Fouad, if that's okay. Since we are talking about adaptation and resilience, and agriculture is the key area which is affected by this area of adaptation and resilience. Angro Foundation has a lot of experience in this area through various projects. Would you like to throw some light on, specifically on the area of agriculture, where you have taken this initiative forward? Fouad.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for inviting us to this panel. Of course, it's quite overwhelming in front of everybody everybody is literally more knowledgeable than I am. We do have a little bit of experience of working in communities, and it's very interesting. I would connect whatever I will specifically talk about interventions with the earlier conversation that was taking place. One statement by Chief Minister Sahab, Muhammad Ali Shah Sahab ne kaha tha about the community's ability, their own ability of resilience. I think that's the foremost. That's, I think, we must absolutely acknowledge that communities have this innate agency within them to adapt to changing environment. And second, I would refer to जो conversation Paraja Sahab kar rahe the about blended finance, and it's important because at Angro we actually kind of believe in this, and we try to use philanthropic capital in a way that it tries to address some of the questions that we face in our value chains, and hence in agriculture. And an Angro Foundation working in agriculture space, I think it's very important that we understand the inherent value of different forms of capital that are available to a typical organization and how they are deployed. So as part of partnerships with some very progressive donors, we have in the field implemented various conservation agriculture projects in different value chains that we have been working in, and the most recent being our partnership with USDA in southern part of Sindh in chili value chain. Prior to that, we had worked in agriculture, rice value chain extensively with multiple donor agencies also, and also in livestock space. And so adaptation, like I said, I mean, foremost it requires this humility, I would say, for us, somebody who is actually coming out of let's say our corporate offices and coming at the community level. I think that acknowledgement is extremely important, that there is this innate ability, and there's a lot of knowledge at indigenous level that helps in terms of understanding how adaptation would eventually look like for an average farmer. So bottoms-up view, I think, is absolutely important. And so we learned that, and then the solutions that we developed according to solutions will always be context specific. So a crop, a region, and I think that a lot of dictation in the sense of what you can do in terms of constraints comes in from the context. And opportunity also has to be very localized in that sense. So rice ke case mein, for example, I can tell you alternate wetting and drying methodology. So rice, paddy is interestingly not an aquatic plant, but Pakistan mein jo hai wo, it's done through flood irrigation. Now that flood irrigation is something which results in microbial action and ends up in methane release from those rice fields. So one of the big contributors along with livestock in agriculture space. And so if you switch that irrigation method to what is called, for example, AWD, alternate wetting and drying, and that we promoted in Basmati ki belt mein in Punjab, Gujranwala and Sheikhupura mein, you could actually not only result in resource conservation for the farmer, it also has direct impact on the climate emissions reduce. And so, but it has to be translated into something a simpler methodology. I think there has to be a very clear pro-smallholder bias in our solutions. So what, in the case of AWD, for example, it merely required a 2 feet long, 6-inch dia PVC pipe, and that was it. The farmer was equipped to look at, to know how much of water is available in the root zone, whereas actually the water is required. It's not required on top of the soil. So it's just one small example of.
So let me come back to you on your community-specific initiatives in a minute. Let me engage Mustafa here as part of one of the largest textile groups, and textile is one of the sectors that is likely to be hugely affected by these climate effects, and especially with labor being involved and labor-intensive activities, heat-intensive activities being involved. So would you like to tell us a little bit about your community-led adaptation initiatives at Artistic, and with specific emphasis on labor productivity, health, or their economic sustainability as the key part of your community, I would say?
Sure. I think that plays a very important part on this. See, with Artistic, the first thing we did was map our risks when it came to climate change and sustainability. And once you have that done, then you can take the proper mitigation plans and resilience plans in place. What we did was, of course, for farming, we went into the first tier, right? The groundwork, and we went into regenerative farming, organic farming, but we took the social aspect very seriously. So all the farmers we engaged with had digital payments done. For the first time, they were trained into how not to overwater, trained into farming cycles, trained into the social aspects of business entities. And then it came down to interventions within the value chain up to the company. Now, we fortunately, being one of the largest textile manufacturers, had that done for us by the regulatory bodies, right? So our customers are all into social sustainability, and we follow all the EU requirements and local requirements. But I think it's now about time that these bigger organizations join hands with the SMEs. And the first people who deserve those is our SMEs. And that is where we started then intervening with their HSE standards, because it's equally essential, because, if they have a disruption, that's an equal disruption for us within our value chain. So yes, HSE started, digitalization started. Productivity is so codependent on digitalization at the moment. And so is transparency, both of which are one of the key, aspects the foreign bodies are looking at, the customers are looking at. So I think this is where we started off with, lots of capacity building. Then we started doing projects together with them. You do have to remember, we are very good at making jeans, denim products. So we do need partners for these interventions. And that is where, a lot of partners that we worked with, NGO Worlds and all of those, they came up with education, health facilities, HSE, digitalization, productivity, absolutely. We keep forgetting the economic pillar of sustainability.
So let me come back to you on the partnership topic, because that's going to be our other domain we're going to touch upon. But I'll move on to Alamgir Saab and Delta Blue Carbon Project. What a fantastic project we learned about today, Alamgir Saab. A multifunctional project. इसमें mitigation भी है, adaptation भी है, biodiversity is also taken care of, and most importantly, I was reading up on it, it has actually got the community involved to a lot of extent. So can you share a bit about this project with the audience here in terms of how community has been specifically engaged and to benefit from this project?
Sure. Thank you so much for inviting me to this event and to tell to the audience about the project. let me start with a little bit background of our project. Our project is a public-private partnership initiative with the government of Sindh. It's a 60 years project. The project has started in 2015 and will go until 2075. The Indus Delta area with where this project is implemented is around 600,000 hectares. Part of this delta already has some mangroves, whereas the other area is devoid of mangroves, but is suitable for growing mangrove trees. So what under this project we are doing is that the areas which do not have mangrove trees and where mangrove trees can be grown, we are planting mangrove trees over there. Under the project, we will be planting around 500 million trees. 500 million trees, and these are expected to sequester around 262 million tons of greenhouse gases over project life. This is big number. This is big number, so this is climate change mitigation benefits of the projects, that our projects will sequester from the atmosphere close to 262 million tons of greenhouse gases, which are responsible for climate change. In the area we are working, there are around 100 villages where the population is more than 100,000 people. And we are providing climate change adaptation benefits to these communities. And these communities are the most vulnerable and the poorest of the poor in Pakistan. They are primarily artisan fisher folks, small-scale agriculturists, livestock owners, women, youth, and other marginalized groups. So we are working with them, and we are trying to increase their resilience to the negative climate change impacts that are expected in Pakistan in real terms and very soon. So we have organized these local communities into local organizations, and we have involved them in all the stages of our project. We are not considering them as just beneficiaries, but in fact we are considering them as partners in our project. So how we have involved them? At the design stage, we have held what we call them SBIA workshops. SBIA stands for Social and Biodiversity Impact Assessment Workshops. We have explained the concept of our project to them and have told them that what we are going to do, what kind of impacts these project interventions will create, both negative and positive, and how to mitigate the negative impacts that either they are perceiving or we, based on our own knowledge, we think that these could be, like for example, they used to cut these forests as a fuel wood. So to rationalize that, we will have to kind of work with them and find alternative means of energy for them instead of chopping mangroves as a source of fuel wood. Similarly, they used to do free-range livestock grazing, especially camels in this area. And since camels, you know, they browse and they trample new seedlings, so we had to work with them and rationalize with them how to go for rotational grazing system so that the newly planted areas are protected from open range grazing. So that we had to work with this, and there are some areas where they need for their own requirements. They don't want them to be restored. So we discussed all these things with them, and we kind of developed that without project, what will be the scenario, what we call is as the baseline scenario or without project scenario, that what is going to happen to the landscape there, to the community livelihoods, to the biodiversity, and to the overall economy in the area. And with project interventions, what will be the project scenario? So we discussed it with them in these workshops in a very open and transparent way. We fully explained. And then based on that, we developed what we call the theory of change with them, that how we are going to bring about changes, positive changes in the area, so that there are climate change mitigation benefits, there are climate change adaptation benefits, there are improvements in the overall livelihoods of these people, biodiversity is conserved, And the overall ecosystem services that these mangroves provide, those are available for the benefit of the community.
Excellent. Excellent, Ji. Thank you so much, Alamgir Sahab. So we'll come back to you to learn more about how we can replicate this success. But I'll move back to Fuad. And as they say, best practice in adaptation is community-led activities. So in your experience in the field of agriculture, in your company, what has been the community-led initiatives or integration activities there?
It's a difficult one because I'll have to choose from the work that we have done in different value chains. But एक चीज़ मैं यहाँ ज़रूर हाईलाइट करना चाहूँगा कि community जो है वो adaptation is again it's not a silver bullet because the challenge of climate change is so big. You know, community alone cannot counter all the impact. So it should not be seen as you know, if community adapts is ready to adapt well, others kind of recede back from their responsibility because it involves infrastructure also that perhaps at a very large level community alone cannot build. And so community ka kaam hamesha would be like more like bottoms up micro level. And so I think jahan pe bhi convergence aati hai, community adopt ideas very quickly in what we have experienced. Of course, I mean, we have to, there are very prerequisites to approaching community and how you work with them. It's not as if you just impose a solution. So you, in a way that they trust you, I think hamare experience mein yeh raha hai in all value chains that they adopt the practices that are impactful.
Excellent. Thanks. So very quickly, Mustafa, just a quick minute on partnership-based activities that you were mentioning. PPP is part of the whole deal, right, in adaptation?
Absolutely. I think they play a very important role because we are at the end of the day a business. I mean, I'm sure foundations and forestry departments would have their own niche, but we're a business, right? So we want to focus on our core competency of making good denim for all the top brands. And then becomes partnership, finding the right partners to work with us on this, because that is what an industry can bear also. Otherwise, it's very difficult for us to do all these micro and macro projects on our own. So we're dealing with value chains. Yes, that'll be our first priority. But after that, everything goes with finding good partners. WWF, NGO World, Ayurveda, all of these. So good partners are very essential for Pakistan now.
Excellent, excellent. Alamgir Sahab, quick word on public-private partnership, because your project is again an example of that wonderful initiatives.
Yes, thank you again, once again. In fact, I'm calling it as PPCP instead of the triple P, because it's not just public-private partnership. Ours is a public, private, and community partnership. And without it being PPCP, I mean, then community just get beneficiaries, they are not partners. So we are treating it as a PPCP, whereby there is a public sector, which is the government of Sindh, and then there is the private entity, which is our company, and then there are the local communities who are also partners with us. And we are implementing it in that spirit. For this to happen, I mean, there are certain key elements which are to be there. The most important is that there has to be trust between the different partners. Okay. So trust comes when there is transparency and when there is synergistic benefit for everybody. When everybody is a beneficiary, the government is a beneficiary, the private sector is a beneficiary, the community is a beneficiary, then it works. When it works for everyone in the partnership, so then people contribute. So our case is exactly that all the three partners are beneficiaries. The Chief Minister have said already in this morning that they are getting $15 million annually from our project. The government of Sindh is getting annually $15 million from the sale of carbon credits that we are doing under this project. Similarly, communities are getting substantial benefits. We are protecting their lands from saltwater intrusion or sea level that he referred to. We are protecting their lands, we are protecting agricultural lands, we are protecting their habitations, we are protecting their other livelihood sources from the negative impacts of climate change. And 84% of the communities in the area that we are working are fisher folks. And mangroves serve as habitats for the aquatic life, for the fisheries and shrimps. So when we restore mangroves, there is a lot of fishing opportunities increase for the local community. In fact, one of the guys in Keti Bandar was telling me that as a result of your project, I mean, the crab population has increased so much that we are fearful that the prices may go down because the population has increased so much. So the people who are dependent on it, their livelihood sources are substantially getting increased through mangrove restoration.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we are being called to close this discussion now. So I think key lesson being work on your own supply chains for the private sector. If you look around your supply chain, there'll be plenty of opportunities. You can develop projects which are beneficial economically also. And of course, the public sector is willing to come forward and support you there as well. That's the key message for me. Thank you very much. All three of you, Fuad Saab, Mustafa and Alamgir Saab, thank you for your time.
Once you're on stage, we won't let you go, because you're next. I'll hold this, I'll hold this. Mr. Samuel Rizk, Resident Representative, UNDP. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Memosh. Thank you, all the honorable participants and guests. Samuel, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Somewhere between Nestle and Lipton, I think everyone is well caffeinated for the final push of this important conference. I really want to thank OICCI's Managing Committee for organizing this third very important conference, Pakistan Climate Conference. Particularly thankful to Mr. Hussain, Mr. Avancena, Mr. Abdul Alim, also recognizing Mr. Sabzwari, who will speak next, Consul General of Germany, many colleagues around the room and friends from Ministry of Climate Change, private sector, and others. Assalamu alaikum. I'm happy to be here with you to speak on behalf of UNDP. Let me start by recognizing OICCI's leadership in convening this vital discussion on climate resilience. Climate resilience these days is not only a necessity, but it is a shared responsibility that demands collective action, innovation, urgent solutions to address Pakistan's multifaceted challenges to climate change. Slightly earlier today, Jason was saying showing up is half the job. Showing up at COP29, at COP28 is a unique position that OICCI has been in for Pakistan, not only speaking for the private sector community, but also speaking to be the voice of Pakistan, government, civil society, the private sector, and many others who go to these conferences and don't find themselves in the conferences. So well done on that. We've been happy to collaborate and support your participation there as well. The story of Pakistan's climate vulnerability is well documented. Yesterday, today, you don't have to go back 10 years or 20 years to recognize this. You can only go back 2 years or 2.5 years to the 2022 floods. But it's not just that. We heard today droughts, floods, tsunami risks, rising sea levels, glaciers melting, high water in the south here close to Pakistan, close to Karachi and the southern part of Sindh. All of this, I think, is really quite important. As discussed earlier today as well, it's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when the next big disaster will actually hit. These climate shocks don't happen on their own. They have been compounded by existing, and over the last couple of years, macroeconomic difficulties. You all know about this. Sometime in 23, at least in the first part of the year, there was macroeconomic challenges, Pakistan almost on the verge of default on its loans. There was an upcoming election and a change of government. There are security issues. And there's a 6-month-old flood that remains unresolved today. We heard from the Chief Minister, 2 million homes washed away, about 800,000 are underway. There are still a lot of people out of their homes. So climate change itself is critical. Climate change compounded by many other things is even more difficult. For Pakistan to actually get to its own development ambitions as embodied in the Sustainable Development Goals, it's going to be a challenge between now and the 2030 agenda maturation. Pakistan at this point is 137 out of 169 countries. 35 out of 169 targets will only be achieved, only 20%. So this is the sobering message of where we are today. More numbers even tell the story, and you heard this today as well. Pakistan will have to spend about 60% of its annual GDP to consider fulfilling the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, by 2030. The government of Pakistan's nationally determined contributions estimate that between 7 billion and 14 billion are needed for a push on climate adaptation by 2030. This is where we are now with a discussion around climate finance and development finance and the role of the private sector. So while the country over the last year and a half has been on an impressive path of financial and economic recovery, supported by the IMF deal, the new country framework by the World Bank, the outlook still looks challenging. And I think it is important to recognize that modest growth, we still have 40% poverty, air quality, gender parity, rule of law, etc. The numbers aren't great. And that's why it's important, I think, to turn the grievance narrative into an empowerment narrative. This is what we have heard yesterday and today. It is possible to actually do more. So building climate resilience requires this level of cooperation between government, ministries, federal and provincial, and many other departments, private sector, local communities, as per the previous panel, and international partners like ourselves. This collaborative approach is critical to adapt to and mitigate the impacts of climate change effectively. And there are 3 key things that I think are important among many other areas. One, mentioned abundantly today, transitioning to low-carbon energy systems by adopting renewable energy, improving energy efficiency across multiple industries. Policies like electric vehicle frameworks and renewable energy policies are important steps in the right direction. Secondly, as also discussed earlier, promoting a circular economy by advocating a shift from take and make waste economy to a circular model that prioritizes resource efficiency, waste minimization, sustainable production, and responsible consumption while creating jobs and saving costs, particularly in agriculture, manufacturing, and reconstruction. The ADB presentation pointed to the 3rd point that I want to mention, which is really quite important. which is risk financing, disaster risk financing for sure. Pakistan, with insurance penetration of 1% of its population, needs to consider where the insurance industry can support disaster risk financing. Very pleased that with the Ministry of Climate Change over the last year, we've concluded an in-country process with an international entity, the Global Shield Against Disaster Risk Finance, that may bring in the premium for disaster risk insurance to support a country as vulnerable as Pakistan. Foreign investment, private sector partnerships are pivotal to achieving its net zero goals and advancing Pakistan's progress toward the SDGs. Standard Chartered report recently estimates the private investment opportunity in Pakistan of $96.2 billion for development purposes is possible. The SDG investor map that we put together in 2023 with many from the private sector and the government participating presented in New York as well, is a useful way to look forward to what the private sector can and should be able to do to support development partners. We're really quite grateful to OICCI to a great extent for opening the door for UNDP and many other UN entities to having these kinds of partnerships that enable development partners and the private sector to collaborate. Very happy that just over the last couple of months, I was able to sign an agreement with Fatima Fertilizer under the SDGs Impact Framework. This is a good example that demonstrates when businesses embrace sustainability, they can drive both financial gains and societal well-being. We also signed an agreement with Jazz and JS Bank, and really looking forward to also what comes next. So that said, we must acknowledge that coordination can and probably is a challenge when multiple actors become involved. We are often not quite sure whether our intervention is the lubricant or the glue or what exactly is required, but the onus on coordination and leadership for us will always be the national partner, will always be the government and civil society and the private sector. Bureaucratic process, interministerial coordination, not unlike the UN bureaucracy sometimes, can prove to be slow. So we are working hand in hand with the government of Pakistan to overcome these barriers in a way that streamlines these processes, and this needs to be further explored as well. Very happy that over the past few months we've been able to support the Prime Minister's economic reform and transformation agenda and the roadmaps and the stock takes and the right sizing of the government, which I think will help all of these issues. Very pleased that over the last couple of years, through our SDG Investment and Climate Finance Facility, we've been able to, alongside others, develop a series of bankable projects that are SDG aligned and where climate financing value propositions through the private sector can actually make a difference. There's an $8 billion SDG aligned and climate resilient project pipeline that is ready to go. Also very pleased that over the last couple of days I met with the finance minister who spoke yesterday, and I think his particular encouragement coming from the private sector as well is how much more the private sector can do on the development agenda, and of course repeated an important issue, which is the government should not be in the business of doing business. But I was able to remind him of one short interview that he did last September or October when he was at the IMF autumn meetings. And this was the time of the signing of the IMF deal extended facility. And he was being interviewed for about 28 minutes. 26 minutes of them were on all of the positive trajectories, on all of the numbers for Pakistan. And then the interviewer asked him, so what are you really worried about? And he said, Pakistan faces 3 existential risks: population, stunting, and climate change. Population, presumably, because if you can't grow at a higher rate than the population, you're not going very far. Stunting, education, human capital is part of the issue, and climate change. A single event in a span of 2 or 3 weeks in 2022 wiped out almost $30 billion in loss and damage, plus displacement that still lasts today. So So we're very happy with the government. We are working with them on the roadmap between now and late June 2025 to get to the 4th conference on financing for development that will take place in Spain. An important opportunity for Pakistan to showcase what its needs are for development, especially the financing part. There will be discussions on trade, debt, public and private finance, and the role of the private sector particularly. Very happy that also among the discussions that we've had on the pipeline, hydropower, solar, transport are in that discussion. Is this going to be clear sailing between now and June and maybe over the next few years? Not really. It is important to recognize that the global headwinds against the drive that OICCI is promoting is going to be considerable, whether it's because of an election that's happening here or there, whether it's because there are particular important finance institutions and big banks that are pulling out of their climate commitments. It is important to figure out a way to stay the course and keep your foot on the gas. Let me close by a couple of simple things. Over the next few years and until 2030, we're very happy that we are collaborating with OICCI in looking at what this partnership can actually mean. Together, we aim to mobilize private sector investments and public-private partnerships for SDGs and climate finance business solutions, and find ways to roll out UNDP's Gender Seal and Sustainability Impact Seal with OICCI and its member companies for sure. So as UNDP intensifies its focus on private sector partnerships for climate finance in 2025 and beyond, we will continue to serve as your trusted, innovative, and efficient bridge between businesses, government, and development partners to co-create innovative financing solutions and sustainable development in Pakistan. I am convinced that OICCI truly embodies the slogan of you can do well and you can do good at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. And moving on to the big one, the awards. But before, if I could request Samuel to join me on stage again for a memento, we can't allow you to leave without empty-handed. Yusuf Saab, would you do the honor, sir? Jason, why don't you guys come onto the stage and fight it out together? आओ जी. हाँ, कोई हर्ज नहीं है तालियों में. अभी अवार्ड्स के लिए भी तालियां बजानी है. थोड़ी प्रैक्टिस हो जाएगी आप. If it's not photographed, it didn't take place. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, Jason. And before the big one, before the awards, I'd like to request Mr. Farooq Sabzwari, the CEO of Pakistan Stock Exchange, to take us through the process of how these awards took place, what's the criteria, the transparency. We wanted to know the process before we hand out the awards. Aye, sir. And also give us some tips on investing in stock exchange. No, I'm just kidding.
I was not prepared for this slant that this desk has. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to all of you. I was worried. I was sitting right at the front thinking, पीछे तालियों की आवाज़ कम गूंज रही थी, तो मैं सोच रहा था पीछे शायद सफाई हो गई है. And I know for a fact it's not because I'm delivering this award that you have stayed back. It's the award itself for which you stayed back. I will begin by firstly thanking the management committee of OICCI for inviting me for this third Pakistan Climate Conference and for making me chairman of the jury for the Climate Excellence Awards. Thank you very much. Before I do begin, I am also the gatekeeper of the listed companies in Pakistan. So really, in the last 2 days, there's been no discussion around any table without a discussion of AI and DeepSeek. And this discussion needs to happen at every table, because if you think you've got a technological moat, a competitive moat based on technology, you need to really keep thinking of what the competition is up to. So I remember that we called a speaker in conjunction with CFA Society a couple of weeks ago. And one of the comments from that speaker was, AI is US territory and is going to remain US territory for a few years to come. So these lofty valuations you see in the US are here to stay. I'd think again. Thank you, DeepSeek. But it's reminding me of my investment banking days as well, where we were doing the IPO for Jack Ma and Alibaba. And he was asked the question, what keeps you up at night? And he did not say it's the Baidus of the world and the Tencents of the world that are keeping me up. He said it's that cubbyhole apartment in a building where the lights are on till 4 a.m. in the morning. And I'm wondering, what are they up to? What are they building? And I think DeepSeek has answered that question. So if you're not wondering what your competition is up to and you're kind of in a comfortable space, you need to think again. So it's a great textbook on innovation, on leadership, on your competitive moat. So once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honor and privilege for me to present these awards to you. Firstly, recognizing innovation, leadership, and impactful initiatives in the fight against climate change is a significant step forward. OICCI's efforts need to be commended. These rewards will undoubtedly inspire all of us to hopefully take greater action. You've seen and heard a lot of not lectures, you've heard a lot from people on private-public partnerships about the money that needs to be spent on climate change. You've heard what the regulators are doing on ESG, sustainability, ICAP, what they are doing on sustainability. So a real big congratulations to the winners of this year's awards. Your dedication and achievements reflect not just a commitment to business excellence, but also to the greater cause of environmental stewardship. You're setting a benchmark for others to follow. Your initiatives remind us all of the power of collaboration and innovation in addressing our most pressing challenges. So on behalf of OICCI, I'd like to congratulate and thank all member companies for their overwhelming response to these inaugural awards program. I need to emphasize inaugural. So it's the first. I'm sure there will be some things where we may have missed out as a jury. Maybe OICCI may have missed out in terms of the timing they gave you or the time they gave you for responses. I'm sure there's a lot more clarity that's needed on the quality of some of the responses, and I will talk about that as well. But despite this limited time frame, I must highlight, we did receive 82 submissions across 6 categories from 40 companies, which I think as a first-time effort really is an impressive level of participation that really, I think, underscores the business community's growing commitment to climate action. I think a bit of a round of applause is in order on that score. Also, while you're at it, as chairman of the jury, I had the privilege of working alongside some very capable panel or team of experts. Ms. Khurshid Kotwal, who is Vice President of ICAP. Ms. Musarrat Jabin, an ex-colleague from the SECP, Executive Director and Chief Spokesperson. Mr. Memosh Khwaja of PICG, ex-CEO and Director of PICG, Ms. Yasmin Heather. Did I miss Yasmin? I haven't seen, have I? Is she here? Ms. Yasmin Heather. So a round of applause for her as well. She was also part of the jury. But we've had a challenging, it's a rewarding assignment, but a challenge as such, because there was a robust methodology that we followed, which is called the traffic light assessment methodology. So all these entries that we received, based on their clarity, on their completeness, on their alignment with sustainability goals, were given either a green, a yellow, or a red light. And obviously a red light meant that there was something missing in terms of your submission. And I think with education, with awareness, with constant back and forth with OICCI on these awards, there will be better quality of responses going forward. As I said, so some of these responses lacked, we think, maybe inadequate oversight. So you may have had a response given by an individual from a company, but maybe a committee needs to look at it, or somebody higher up needed to look at that response, because when you put an NA in a response, when it probably requires some element of subjective judgment before you put that NA in, you should know you're red lighting your submission unnecessarily. So for this year's awards, we implemented 3 principles to ensure fairness and inclusivity. Now this is important. If a company excelled in multiple categories, it was awarded for its top performance to allow broader recognition across the membership, so that more people can be celebrated for their performance. In, for example, the green finance category, despite receiving only 3 submissions, we awarded first, second, and third positions, basically highlighting the potential of this critical sector. I'm referring to green finance. In the regenerative agriculture category, the low number and incomplete nature of submissions led us to drop the category for this year. But we'll bring it back next year. Quality of submissions, we think and hope, will improve as we do more awareness raising in this category. Looking ahead, a few recommendations from the jury members. Toolkits and guidelines. OICCI will develop comprehensive resources to help companies better understand the evaluation process. I think it's much needed. Simplified processes. The questionnaire that needed to be filled will be refined. Companies will be given, hopefully, some more time to reflect on their submissions. Capacity building. This is what the doctor ordered across the entire listed, unlisted space, no matter what you talk about. A webinar will be organized to guide participants on crafting clear and impactful resources. And when I mention listed, unlisted space, I do that consciously because we've also got at the PSX a vehicle along with the London Stock Exchange where you can put your public disclosed sustainability objectives onto that platform and get rated or ranked. Why is that important? Because the future, if you're looking at foreign investors, they are looking at these continuums in some depth. So this will be important whether you're listed or unlisted. And we're trying to play our part at the PSX. So once again, as we celebrate winners today, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of the team at OICCI and also Mr. Davar Hamid, the director at Climate Finance Pakistan. Davar is around. I haven't. Davar, you're behind me. Thank you very much, and his team for their invaluable technical support in guiding us through this process. Finally, let me emphasize that these awards are not just about recognition. They're about fostering a collective commitment to sustainability. I think enough has been spoken about collaboration, the need for collaboration to move this subject forward. Climate change, a shared challenge, responsibility of all to address it,
And whether it's a corporate leader, whether it's policymakers, regulators, citizens, we'll all have to contribute. Congratulations once again to all the winners, and thank you to everyone who contributed to making this initiative a success. I hope it's the first of many more to come. Together, we can create a more sustainable and resilient future for Pakistan. Thank you very much again. If you don't mind, can I just get the jury on stage for just a second? The jury who were with me. So I'm right? Yasmin's not here. Davar, please join us. Just for a quick. So again, Khurshid Kotwal, Vice President of ICAP, Musarrat Jabin, Executive Director and Chief Spokesperson of the SECP, Memosh Khwaja, Ex-Director and CEO of PICG,
Thank you, all the jury members. Now that you've seen the jury members, if you don't get an award, you know who to blame. Thank you, jury members. If I can request the OICCI MC members to stay on the stage for the awards. Farooq Saab, you are also on stage to give out the awards. No, we're done with you guys. If I can request Samuel to join us on stage also. Samuel, are you here? Dr. Lutz, Honorable German Consul General. Dr. Lutz, are you here? I think he just stepped out. And Aleem Saab is also here. So we're all set. Okay, moving forward. एक दफा तालियां बजा दें, अब तो awards आने लगे हैं. Dawar, are you ready? Are you nervous? You nervous? Okay, what happened to the tie? Whatever. All right. Starting G. Climate Resilience Award. No, first we have to mention the special honorable mentions. Honorable mentions, not an award, honorable mentions. For regenerative agriculture. PepsiCo Basit Pirzada, that's an honorable mention, and I think they get a certificate also. Is that right? Yes. Is Basit here? Basit is here. So this is a jury honorary mention. PepsiCo Basit Pirzada. Well done, Basit. And another special mention is Nestle Pakistan. Jason Evansina, honorable mention. Aao ji, aao, bismillah. You are Nestle, you guys are unstoppable.
We met on the stage, but I have to sit down with you. हम कल आकिब साहब से मिले थे in the morning.
Okay, the first category, Climate Resilience Award. Special recognition, Lotte Chemicals Pakistan Limited, Adnanul Haq, GM Operations. Well done.
I think I'm supposed to
go ahead.
Start mentioning why a particular company has been awarded certain metrics. So Lotte has been awarded this in the small companies category, and we saw that the company stood out, even though because its scale is small, it stood out because it has been contributing drastically to community engagement and played a huge part in the climate support that the government of Sindh and government of Pakistan needed when the floods hit. So this company has been recognized because it's both controlling its own operational emissions but also contributing a lot to stakeholders. So in the small category, Lotte Chemical has been recognized. Thank you.
Okay, so the runner-up in this category, Climate Resilience Award, is Attak Refinery, Adil Khattak, Chief Executive Officer. Adil, are you here? Oh, are you here?
So ARL, again, this stood out, even though they are in a very traditional sector. The way they've incorporated ESG considerations and committed to a carbon neutrality target as well has been recognized because this is the first in Pakistan for a large oil and gas firm, and the idea is that this encourages the rest of the sector, especially in the conventional businesses, to commit to ESG and report very transparently. So ARL sustainability report is also out. I'd recommend that it's very good quality. It has to be reviewed by other business actors as well to sort of take aspiration for in their terms of transparency and disclosures. So congratulating ARL for that.
And the winner in this category is Unilever Pakistan. Amir was here, but I'll read out the names. Ramla Tariq, Fatma Arshad, Amir Paracha. There you go.
I think this was quite clear. Unilever was by far the highest scorer in this category. I would even disclose that Unilever had nearly 100% score in the climate resilience category, both because, again, for transparency, disclosures, I think their target for net zero is quite ambitious, but at the same time, since the baseline, they've showed that they're incrementally achieving that target as well. So it's not just about declaring a commitment, but also going to achieve that commitment and incrementally making the progress every year. So congratulating Unilever Pakistan for that.
Well done, well done. So the next category is Water Stewardship and Management Award. The special recognition in this category are Croma Pakistan Limited, Abdul Salam Khan, Head of Safety, Health and Environment, or anyone from, there you go, there you are. Aao ji, bismillah.
So this category, we had, I think this category, and again, we'll see in renewable energy that there was very tight competition. Our Chroma has been awarded in the small companies category, particularly because they stood out as an entity that has one of the best-in-class certification and transparency reporting systems, which very few other companies have. And again, as a business, they've invested heavily in water management and water reuse. So this was something that was very well recognized. I think more small companies can also take action and take aspiration from our Chroma.
And the runner-up in this category is Dolans Private Limited, Umar Ehsan Khan and Amin Ahmed.
So Dolans is, I think, was the only company in our submissions which has officially declared water policy, and that water policy has aimed to commit to a 2030 target of making sure that as much water can be recycled and reused. Particularly, I think, important given the conditions Pakistan is in right now with the drought over our heads. So other companies coming ahead of water reuse will be very important. And that has been recognized by, as you know, Dolans being the lead for that in Pakistan.
And the winner in this category of Water Stewardship and Management Award, is Abbott Laboratories Pakistan Limited, Usman Suhail.
Abbott also went a step further than Dolans in this regard, and that's what stood out for them. They've instituted, as a pharmaceutical company which uses a lot of chemicals, they've instituted very good practices. They again have a 2030 target. They're one of the large entities in Pakistan who are part of the Alliance for Water Stewardship as well. And given the large scale of commitments and the contribution they are doing to the sector, they have been recognized as the winners in the water stewardship category.
Well done, well done. The next category is Promoting Circular Economy Award, and the second runner-up here is Pakistan Mobile Communications Limited, also known as JAZ, Dr. Mehwish Ramzan and Nayab Anwar.
So as Adil said, that there are two runners-up in this category, which means that JAZ has scored as much as the other runner-up. And the surprising part is that while JAZ is not a manufacturing company as such, they have instituted practices both in their current operations and in their own facilities that have literally reduced the use of new plastic to nil. So that has been recognized as promoting circular economy, that they have instituted practices and already implementing them, that no more plastic or paper can be wasted as much as minimal possible. Even in the SIM cards, they have a policy that they've reduced it to a minimal. So this has been recognized at the company.
Excellent, well done. The first runner-up in this category is Total Parco Limited, Sabeen Zia Khalid, Sustainable Development. Sabeen, are you here?
Again, Total Parco, the manufacturing footprint is small. It's mostly, you get the bottles or canisters for oil that they manufacture, but all the material for those products is also coming from recycled plastic. So it's important that wherever your footprint is, that has to be recognized. Okay. And lastly, even at their stations, they have a policy that the procurement will come from suppliers which have an inbuilt Scope 3 requirement. So this has been recognized by to award Total the second.
If I can request Naved Abbasi Sahab to take the award. Welcome, Ji. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And the winner in this category is Pepsi Cola International Private Limited, Basit Pirzada and Nawad Tanveer Abbasi.
This was quite clear. Pepsi has stood out as the company that has already reduced 1/3 of their plastic use. They've also quite heavily advocated for the use of rPET, which is recycled PET, all around Pakistan, and tried to get the government to build a policy for it. At the same time, they have also contributed to federal and provincial government efforts on the waste collection side. So they are the companies which have managed to get waste collection in place and continuously implement this policy of collecting as much plastic waste as possible. So nearly targeting 100% waste collection based on Pepsi products. So congratulating Pepsi for that.
The next category is Green Finance and Investment Award. And the second runner-up is Standard Chartered Bank, Pakistan, Arsalan Naeem.
So Standard Chartered Bank, of course, is one of the leading banks in Pakistan, but they have contributed significantly to green financing, particularly for renewable energy installations all around the country. They've also, very efficiently implemented the green banking guidelines from the State Bank. So the ESRM system is in place. A lot of their portfolio has already gone under the checks for environmental and climate risks. And all of that combined has been, taken into account for awarding them the Green Financing Second Runner-Up Award.
Well done. The first runner-up in this category is Mobilink Microfinance Bank Limited, MMBL, Taimur Fareed, Adil Ali Abbasi, Ramin Hussain Malik.
So Mobilink's contribution here is quite unique because Mobilink gives a small ticket size when it comes to financing, but the sectors they've targeted, particularly women, farmers, and these demographics, they're beginning to give them alternative opportunities for employment. They've built their resilience, particularly climate resilience, and targeted areas that have been impacted, such as your Central Sindh region, such as South Punjab, such as KP. So this has been awarded because it's not just giving the type of financing for solar, but targeting the demographic that is most vulnerable.
Thank you, well done. And the winner in this category is Saudi Park Industrial and Agricultural Investment Company Limited, Muhammad Shuja Ali, Sufi Saifullah Akbar, Mr. Zuhair Mushtaq Ismail, Mr. Taimur Ali Butt. Well done.
So Saudi Park has been recognized because they stood out as the largest financier of green projects among the members of OICCI. They've contributed to a very unique innovative instruments, including financing electric mobility. At the same time, massive solarization has been funded through the green financing coming from Saudi Park. And the impact they're making stood out the most. So that has been recognized, declaring them the winner in the green financing category.
And the next category is Renewable Energy and Conservation Award. And the runner-up, one of the runners-up, is Helion Pakistan Limited. I don't have a name. If there's a representative of Helion Pakistan, please come on to the stage to receive the award. Varna taaliyan to ho hi sakti hain. Just because they're not here, we can clap for them. Another runner-up, sorry, go ahead.
No, I think you go ahead.
Another runner-up is Indus Motor Company Limited, Mr. Azam and Mr. Tehreem. Anybody here? Okay, and the winner in this category is Reckitt Benckiser Pakistan Limited. I don't have the person. If there's anybody from Reckitt Benckiser, please come onto the stage, one of the winners.
Apparently renewable energy winners don't want the award.
Probably not. Okay, we can have a round of applause for all three winners. Okay, now the big one, the last one, the Climate Champion.
Indus Motors is here.
Oh, Indus Motors is here? Aao ji, aao ji, aao ji.
So Indus Motors, I think this was very easy to rank them, even though there are certain things in the transportation sector that might not make them the winner, but they've managed to install the largest rooftop installation for solar in Pakistan for manufacturing operations. So they've been awarded the Renewable Energy first runner-up, in this category.
Well done, Indus. And now the last but not least, the Climate Champion Award, which goes to Nestle Pakistan Limited, Jason Avicina, Sheikh Waqar Ahmed, Mohammad Rahat Hussain. Well done, Nestle.
So Nestle had the strongest participation in the awards, participating in 5 categories. Unfortunately, regenerative agriculture was dropped because of less number, but they still had 4 entries. And in those 4, they scored above the 90th percentile. So this was beyond any other company, and both the quality of disclosure, the quality of projects, and the scale and impact they're making stood out to declare them as the OICCI Climate Champion.
Thank you, everyone. All the winners, participants, runners-up. Thank you, Davar. Thank you, MC members. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. We're almost towards the end. Almost wrapping up now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
If I can request Mr. Abid Qayyum Sulairi Sahab, Executive Director, SDPI, member of International Advisory Committee of COP29. Abid Qayyum Sulairi Sahab. Abid Sahab, you there, sir? Are we connected? Okay then. Abid Sahab will be joining us very shortly.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Ji, Abid Sulairi Sahab.
Well, thank you very much. And first of all, my congratulations to OICCI and all of its choice. We can only choose one of them. Either it can be growth and development, or it can be conserving nature and taking care of environment. And that is precisely the reason that Millennium Development Goals, the predecessors of Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 1, which was poverty reduction, and goal number 7, which was environmental conservation, those deemed to be contrary to each other. And common acceptance was that only one of these goals can be achieved, not both. But 4 decades down the road, as we are sitting here today, we know that the dichotomy between growth and being environmentally responsible, being climate change prepared, these are actually 2 faces of the same coin, and we cannot achieve any one of them if the other is compromised. And that actually is a new era where private sector's role that becomes very important, and where this ambition to action that needs to take some realistic practical value. Of course, private sector, the motive behind business, as it should be, is profit maximization. It's the resource optimization, providing consumer satisfaction, consumer services. And now we know that without taking care of nature, without taking care of environment, this cannot happen. So if I look today, the ambition, this forum over last 1.5 days that has discussed, it's about green growth, it's about green economy, it's about supporting NDCs in combating and containing our carbon emissions. It's about circular economy. It's about accessing to green financing. It's about taking a leadership role in the complicated geopolitical sphere today, where many of the established players, they are relinquishing their responsibilities and shying away from Paris Agreement. And that's where new leaders are required, and more so in the private sector. And that is about retaining and remaining relevant to investors, shareholders, and consumers, which ideally mean that we need to reduce our cost of production. We need to improve our cost of risk coverage, and we need to increase profitability. We need to have access to cheaper financing and circular economy. And circular economy is the part where I'll spend next 2 minutes, and I'll close my comments. I think as a food for thought, 2025, I would request OICCI and all other partners and stakeholders to focus on a renewed dimension of circular economy. We know circular economy is the need for better use of various resources, including material and energy. But somehow we have confined the concept of circular economy to waste management and recycling. I think it's much beyond that. Instead of focusing on circular economy at the final phase of a product life cycle, we need to focus on circular economy from the very initial phase of product design. It is about prolonging the product life durability. It's about prolonging the product reuse. It's about improving product repairability, that it can be repaired easily. And it's about return of material to new use, the recycling, and also the ease through which a product can be dismantled. And I think if we have that sort of comprehensive understanding of circular economy, for which extended producer responsibility, or EPR, is a very important component, because EPR proposes that the special responsibility should be given to actors that have the biggest opportunity to make improvement. And private sector has the biggest opportunity to make improvement in design, in making improvement in product life durability, in making improvement in its repairability. So let's think how private sector and public sector, and by public sector, of course, federal as well as provincial governments, they can do better legislation, they can come up with better policies so that we can graduate from mere waste collection to a comprehensive concept of circular economy. That would for sure reduce the cost of production. It would increase the consumer confidence, and it would help us be at par with our peer economies. And we know that in this region, our neighbors, especially India, is doing quite great deal on extended producer responsibility, on this holistic model of circular economy. We need to be there because as these non-tariff trade barrier regimes, they are coming up very soon. The percentage of reused material in our raw material and percentage of this repairability, the criteria of product life durability, that would also become part of non-tariff barriers. And OICCI members here from EU, they know better what sort of extended producer regime they have to comply with in Europe. So I think in Pakistan, we have this space for voluntary compliance. I'm banking upon OICCI for taking a lead. And on behalf of SGPI, we'll be more than happy to provide all sort of research as well as policy support. I'm sorry I couldn't join in person, but once again, thank you very much, OICCI and all the organizers, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Abid Saab. And for the closing remarks, I'd like to request Abdul Leem Sahab, perhaps the only person who's been on stage more than I have been. So sorry for that, it's an occupational hazard, sir. But for the closing remarks, बहुत सारी तालियों में.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you very much for participating in this third OICCI Climate Conference. You have heard in the last 2 days very technical discussions, so I'm not here to discuss on those final points. I'm here to wrap up and say thank you to all of you who have participated. And I think I will not be doing a fair job if I do not express my thanks to those who are in this room, who have been visible, and those who have been not visible but behind the scene. They have worked very hard in order to make this conference as it is. And I think we are improving compared to what we did last year. And inshallah, going forward, we will be doing better. But at this stage, my job is not to go into the technical aspect of the subject, which has been very well discussed by the experts. But first of all, thank you to those who are not here, like the finance minister, who at a very short notice agreed to talk to us. And then Chief Minister also, despite being very busy schedule, at a very short notice, he came up and gave a very extensive discussion. Then many foreign experts who came from at the request of our members. So thank you. And I mean, for example, I'll request Nestle to convey our thanks to the lady who spoke very well, and similarly all the other members. And at the same time, there are people who have done great work in making this conference a success. And I think
SDPI, behind the scene and on the scene, have done a great job. Dr. Khalid is here. Very sorry that Dr. Abid Suleri couldn't join in, but they have been a very strong supporter of our initiative. We are learning, and inshallah, we are improving. We will, going forward, do a better job. Then Dawar, of course, where is he? Dawar gave us a different concept of the traffic light on this competition. I would like to also thank UNDP. I think without you, the guidance, the technical guidance that we got, and I think it's only the beginning, inshallah, going forward. And the support of Yusuf Hussain Saab and all the MC for making this, it's a big project, you know. It takes time. And so mashallah, we have done better than we do, than we expected. And some silent, not visible, but I will then make them visible. Some of my friends, my team members, Kashif, he is my number 2. And Sakina Chakera, of course. I mean, she made my life difficult and made your life difficult also in terms of late night messages that this is not happening, this fellow is not coming, so we have to make adjustments. So, and some of those who are outside, you know, managing the administration, Bukhar and Asan. And of course, I'm coming. They are here. So, and Waqar and Asan. So these are my staff members, the people who really drove this team very hard are sitting there. These are the core committee members. I would request them to come on the stage also. Please do. Because they would issue instructions and my team had to follow up. So please come here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And unfortunately, Andrew Bailey, who was leading the subcommittee, he had to rush last night. His mother-in-law in South Africa is in a very critical situation. She apologized. So he is not there, but I mean, he was one of the, he in fact led the team. And Himayu, and anybody else left? Huh? Shaham, where is Shaham? Shaham, come. So on your behalf and on behalf of the managing committee, I want to thank this team for the excellent work that they did. इधर देखें, इसको छोड़ें, कोर्ट को भूल जाए. Okay. And finally, to thank you to all for actively participating in this. MashaAllah, it's been a great experience and good opportunity for us to interact. Thank you very much and enjoy lunch afterwards. Thank you very much. I forgot to mention about Adil. I think this was my first encounter with Adil. Adil, you have done a great job.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you all. God bless Pakistan. See you next year, inshallah.